Thank you, Lee. All right, that means you heard Lee, so you hear me. That means it's Tuesday night, and it's the Keshe Plasma Reactor group. One more time here. It's December 27th, 2 days after two shopping days, two non-shopping days, no, one shopping day after Christmas, let's say. Now there's only 364 more days to go till Christmas. And that's 2016, soon to be 2017. We're all looking forward to 2017 because there's going to be big changes happening. We like changes. Changes are better than sitting around and not. So let's carry on here. Let's see. I think we're all good to go. Sound levels are good. And we're actually recording on both ends. Got the co-host. I can't see any excuse to not carry on here. So Lee, let's go to you. You're sitting there patiently. Looks like you always have something ready to go. And I'm sure you've got something interesting after this Christmas little stint here. You have a container of what looks like Gans, but something special going on there.
I made my first attempt to make hemoglobin ganss.
Okay.
And at first, for the first 4 or 5 hours, I had about a 1/4 inch of little beige colored ganss in the bottom of the pot, and I decided, well, do I leave it going overnight or not, or do I quit there? And so I left it on overnight like I always do. And it ended up next morning, it was all this blackish color, but then I took it out and started washing it, and then there's a little 1/8 inch layer of red on top of this other. This other is actually a greenish brown color underneath it, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if I can get it on the laptop camera, but that's the red on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's got stirred up a bit here, moving it, but anyway, that was first attempt at making hemoglobin ganss. So.
And could you explain your technique, how you made that for our viewers and me?
Yeah, just a sec. I'll go get the pot.
This is no time to be doing drugs, Lee.
But that's it. Now we fixed the problem for vampires or would-be vampires. They'll make their own blood.
Good point, Guy. So they won't have to go out and suck on people's necks at night and so on. They just have a straw and suck on their hemoglobin supply.
Got a glass pot about 2 liters size.
Yeah.
And what I've got is can you pin me, Rick? How's I see you on here?
There we go.
There we go. Now
Sorry about that. Okay.
So this one here is a zinc that's rolled up into sort of rod shaped.
Yep.
And then the carbon rod. And then that was nano-coated iron that I was going to use for something else, but I decided to throw in the hemoglobin pot. So
I see.
I got the zinc and the nano-coated iron tied together, and I put the positive voltage on that, about 1 volt, 1.5 volts, somewhere in there, and then negative voltage to the carbon rod. And it was about 1/2 amp or something like that.
I see.
So it's very nice. It's very nice to see you are going on new ways and exploring new methods. I never recall Mr. Keshe of advising us to use graphite or carbon rod for hemoglobin guns.
So in this setup, the rods are in the water about 1 inch. Okay, they don't go all the way down. Except for the iron one was all the way down, but it was someone had a setup for making carbon dioxide dance where they used the 1.5 volts and just the electrodes in the water about 1 inch, and it seems to work good. That's the way I've been doing it in the last few times. So.
I see. I wonder about that
seems
too.
To work. Seems to work for the hemoglobin too. So.
Right. Yeah. What do you think, Shandor? Is it within the realms of possibility?
I'm just learning. Mr. Keshe told us so many times that, okay, we can try new ways, because this is how science progresses. Meanwhile, he always recommended the old method, which he developed specially for this harvesting of Gans materials by the nano-coated copper plates. And
nano-coated, that's with nano-coated copper and the zinc, and then the iron plate or nail or something iron in between.
I never recall him advising about using electric current and such a carbon rods. Of course, he accepts anything you want to try, so he never says no for those who come with new ideas. Meanwhile, recently he reminded the difference of some obtaining some success, other not obtaining the same success just by not following the same method of nano-coating. So the method of nano-coating which he recommends is that with deep hot caustic. Meanwhile, there are so many others with cold caustic, with vapors, with heating, etc., but that makes a little different quality of gas. It's not the same. So please watch the past two, three, four knowledge seekers workshop and listen carefully to those.
I got something for Lee there.
Go ahead.
Hey Lee, for your hemoglobin, it's good that you use the iron, but the iron used in hemoglobin is iron 3 ferride. So, if you can look into that and see if it might help.
What the heck is iron 3 ferrite?
It's a component of hemoglobin.
Yeah, but what is it and where you get it?
I'm not sure. I just
okay.
know it's a component of hemoglobin. So I see you have the iron rod or that you're using. So
yeah, I thought so. I thought someone said nano-coated iron. So
so many people are using pieces of steel, which they say it's iron, but in fact they are steel. So they contain some other materials. They are not pure iron, or they are alloys.
Yeah.
For instance, the nails. They are the old rusty nails. All the nails contain an elevated content of phosphorus in order to make the iron softer, because the nails are produced by pressing. And they need that iron wire to become more ductile. So that's why they add some phosphorus in the alloy.
Yeah, this is rebar tie wire, so it's pretty ductile too. So it's probably got something in it as well. But
so what would be the best metal, best iron then? You got it from let's say an axle or some hard metal, or I don't know. Where do you get the best metal?
Axles aren't iron; they'd be steel.
Okay. Well.
Cast iron.
A block, an engine block, or a piece of cast iron. What do you call it? A pan, maybe a skillet.
By the way, so sorry. Somebody said cast iron. Cast iron actually contains much more carbon than the steel. Look a bit.
But
resources about iron alloys.
Yeah, what's wrong with carbon though?
Carbon may not interfere as much as some things would. Like there'd be carbon coming off the plastic container and off of other parts probably as well.
Just because of the bonds within the metal, that metal will behave slightly differently.
Yeah.
You see, even if you make a heat treatment, annealing or tempering to a piece of metal, you get different physical properties.
Yep, and the actual grain structure and so on will be different with different elements added into it. The spacing and the gap and so on will be different. And so what would be an example of a straight iron plate? Not too often that we use straight iron. I'm trying to think of where we could get pure iron in that sense.
You can just go on the island here. You can just go to the metal supermarkets.
Yeah, but that's steel.
Yeah, I don't know if they have iron.
And the closest thing would be cast iron.
Not necessarily. Like was just talked about. Shandor mentioned that cast iron has a high percentage of stuff in it, and besides carbon, there's other things too. Go ahead.
I just did a very quick Google search on pure iron rod, and I found here, which popped up among the first results, a company surepure.com. They have 99.99% pure iron rod, 2 millimeter diameter, 250 millimeters long. One piece is $428.
Holy!
It's a laboratory supply.
That's an expensive nail.
Probably you have to find the source because there should be more sources. Look, I worked at a company working in technologies for creating different nano layers. And when they got a quotation, I think from Kurten Lesker or from such a scientific supply company for a pure 99.98% aluminum for metal sputtering, to spray metal under vacuum on the surface of a glass, like we make mirrors, for instance. They got, I think, over several thousand dollars quotation for a piece which we needed of that size. And meanwhile, they found that another local aluminum company, that the ordinary aluminum which they have, it has the same chemical specification and it costs 20 times less. So it's good to look around what they're using in different parts of the industry. Maybe there is some metal which is the same grade which you need. It is used for some common purpose. Just it needs some knowledge, some digging up the information to find out which fits that. For instance, for pure aluminum, you know those aluminum tubes which were used for shaving cream, for instance, in the past. Those are made of pure aluminum slugs, which are pressed, cold pressed to get the shape. Or they are the small cups, aluminum cups, in which you have the so-called tea party candles, those tiny candles. And that's pretty pure aluminum. It's pure in order to be soft. Just let me show something which I found here in the local store. Okay, this is not iron. Just an example of how to get not too expensive, but a pure metal. You see, it's a budget. So you know these little candles. You just simply pull this out. Here you take out the paraffin, and you have a pretty pure aluminum. So probably we can find similar one for other metals, just to find the place in the industry where they use it currently. It's industry of scale and economics of scale. So if they sell 10 pieces per year, the price will be very high. But if they make millions of pieces per day, it will be a low price. So this is usually a very pure aluminum because it's needed to press. So it has to be soft. So it has no magnesium, no so much silicon inside. It's different than the aluminum, which is used, for instance, for a technical purpose. Probably we can find something like that also for iron. Time being, I would experiment with the simple iron wire, which is used in agriculture. Soft iron wires. Probably it has less alloys than those used for manufacturing nails and screws and other things.
Yeah, that's probably true. Although some of the wire has got that black coating on it, I wonder how that would they call it mechanics wire.
Yeah, there's a bit of a grease too on it, eh?
Yeah, they can have grease too. It's true.
So
or oil,
definitely it may need some cleaning. So
some cleaning, yeah.
We call it tie wire, no? Is that
tie wire?
Yes,
yeah.
tie wire.
Tie wire.
That's the word. Mm-hmm. Or rebar might be a good. I think it's more iron than steel. Actually, it's
rebar is just old automobiles. Any old kind of steel iron is they used to make rebar. It's nothing special. It's not that pure.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
That's what they use the old cars for, to make
All
rebar.
leftover
I think,
steel.
yeah, and I think they add some more, good iron in with it, but they use a lot of scrap stuff.
By the way, in other place I see different prices, such per ton prices, similar to per piece prices in other part. But we have to check for the specifications, because sometimes they call it iron rod, and in fact it's a low alloy steel used for concrete reinforcement. I think that's not the quality which we need. It needs some research. Maybe in a couple of hours we can find something suitable.
Right. Probably if it was back in 200 years ago, it'd be no problem. It'd be lying around the backyard ready to use. But in our high-tech society, everything's become alloys and specialty things. So
yeah, we have a tip in chat from some team from where he used to get the iron. From the scientific department of Amazon.
Amazon. How much is that iron? Let's have a look. So it's a 5-inch length, 3/4 of an inch wide, and 3/64 of an inch thick. So just
but that's $7 and not $400 like at the other supplier.
True.
That makes a huge difference.
Yeah, plus.
But how pure though, eh?
$5 shipping too. Yeah, so ends up about $12 for a little piece. But it would be very pure, no doubt, I would think. I see they also have zinc, aluminum, copper, tin, carbon, lead, all around, all under $10 basically. At the bottom of the screen there, I'm assuming you have the same magnesium. That would be interesting too. Well, that's all good to know.
That's good for those interested in making magnesium gans. You know, those magnesium rods for survivalists, which are using for making spark, they always are alloyed with something else. Also, those magnesium parts which are used in car industry, like the interior of the steering wheels for Japanese cars, for instance, also they are alloys to obtain a certain melting temperature and a certain mechanical strength. So they are not the best, but this Amazon is a good idea.
They also have a voltaic cell with 2 electrodes using those same electrode sizes.
Very similar to what Lee did there.
It's a very nice little cell actually for $13.
Really?
I wonder if I can just show this online.
How big is it?
I think I can show.
Can you maybe show just a picture?
I can show a screenshot of it.
Just the picture itself?
I would think. For educational purposes, we should be able to get away with that. Let me do it. Let's take a chance. See if Amazon likes us.
It's free advertising for them.
Yeah, they don't look at it that way as far as regulations and so on. You'd think it'd be free advertising for YouTube videos to broadcast YouTube videos, but you're not allowed to. They want the hits, is the thing. They want the links. They don't care about other stuff. Let me just share here for educational purposes. This is a really neat little voltaic cell with 2 electrodes. You see it's got a, let me get the picture in here with the live stream. And it's got this kind of neat little clamp for the electrodes so you can vary their height up and down into the liquid. It's got 2 nice binding posts. And the whole thing's made out of plastic with a plastic lid that seems to be part of the, or it's not quite a lid. It seems to be open, but
yeah, I think it's open.
Open, but it's got a flange around it, I guess. Pretty cool.
And the whole thing is what, $13?
Yeah, it's $13. Pretty hard to beat. You get 2 electrodes. What? The electrodes are normally $7 or $8 each. No, I guess they must be a smaller electrodes. Here's an electrode set, for example. That would be nice to have. You get aluminum. What do you get? You get hello, where's the description? Well, okay, you get copper, looks like nickel? No, zinc, iron, aluminum. One other one there, I think that must be carbon maybe in behind there, or nickel, I'm not sure. So you get all these electrodes for $16. And they would fit in the side of that voltaic cell. Well, it's an easy way to get set up with a GANs making setup, I suppose.
So the good keyword for search is to get the metal name and electrode, which is used for different scientific or technical purposes.
Can I ask a question real quick, Sandor?
Right. Go ahead.
Sandor. Oh man.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are any GANs toxic? Because I've had a conflict of interest with someone, and it's very disturbing to me because they kind of distill fear in their video, and it really bothered me bad because I believe in. I remember Dr. Keshe saying something about the test came back that there was no GANs that were toxic. But I mean, I know every GANs has its special properties.
I don't know if that was the results of the test. That I don't think they tested all GANSes, and I don't think that was the case at all.
Thank you very much for the question. Now, what was tested was a CO2 GANs produced under controlled circumstances. So checking the quality and the purity of all the components used, including the water, salts, and the metals. And that was found to be non-toxic, which was tested, but it was not a test for all kind of GANSes, because you can make GANs of arsenic or whatever.
Right. I understand every element has its own special properties. You know,
and our body needs some special conditions, and if you go outside of the narrow range of life conditions of the body, you give other energies. Even water can become toxic. It depends of quantity.
Yes, sir.
If you drink suddenly 2 liters of water, you may die of too much water in the body.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Keshe didn't say for people to start ingesting the GANs itself. It just, that was just the way the test came in, which is good. And it can be used for medical purposes, and they might even use GANs itself. I don't know, but he's always suggested to use the water, or the GANs water, or plasma water, whatever we like to call it.
And continuously it remains to avoid to touch the copper GANs, for instance.
Yes.
Yeah, that stuff I treat with a great deal of respect. And the iron too. I've always been brought up to believe, like, if you were to get to have your skin impinged by a rusty nail, that means basically tetanus shot, so you don't get, not just infection. It's not about the infection, it's about the iron going into the body. Iron in its elemental type is not welcome in the body at all. It's a foreign substance. Iron in the ionic state, that's a different thing, and it has to be just the right state. It's not just any old iron. So the thought of having some of that iron GANs, ingesting it, is a little dicey at times, because it takes so long to settle out. It always seems to have that reddish tinge to it, so I tend to be very careful with that.
When y'all were talking about the hemoglobin earlier, I had taken the amino acids off the top of my hemoglobin production, and just stuck it in a bottle, washed it a few times, and then I had a calcium Gans that I was making, and I took just the I wanted to keep the caustic portion of the water, from eggshells. So I had set them in the back of my shelf, and I guess the caustic had eaten through the bottom of the bottle, and it kind of seeped out a little bit, and it started growing. Well, it was growing right next to the amino acids from the hemoglobin. Well, now all in the bottom of the bottle of the hemoglobin looks just like blood. I mean, just like blood. It's little dots of blood. It's awesome.
Right, that's what should be formed. They should be like globules or little dots,
little
like
globules.
little spheres, right?
Little coagulates.
That's what Mr. Keshe was talking about. That's what. See, the amino acids, the way he was explaining it, the amino acids are flat. They exist only on the interface between the air and the liquid, right? They float and they're flat. They're two-dimensional. They have no real three-dimensional structure to them, so they live in a flat world. But then you add the blood, the round spherical globule, and then you've got the blood as a globule. It always has that round sphere. It has its, I don't know, its own surface tension or whatever. Well, it's got its own plasma fields that makes it into a spherical shape. And it likes to be in these little spheres. Well, you take that sphere and you wrap that with the flat amino acid around the sphere, and suddenly that amino acid now has a three-dimensional structure to it. And that's what leads to the creation, I believe, of or the release probably, of the DNA and the RNA into actual creating and living structures. It's got the internal blood to live off of, and it's got the structure from that to be able to grow into its spiral shapes and so on. Otherwise, flat world, not much happens. You can only bump elbows with a couple of neighbors to your left and to your right. It's about it. You're not interacting up and down and so on. But once you got a three-dimensional structure, then all of a sudden everything can interact, and then you've got a spiral creation or whatever from that.
Many more friends.
Yeah, lots more friends to interact with, and who knows what you could create from that too. So be careful what kind of pets you want in your home.
Okay.
Because whatever's around, basically, whatever bacteria, virus, other life forms that happen to land. I mean, how do you get how do you create a culture in the lab? Well, you start out with a nice clean culture dish that's sterile supposedly, and as soon as you have something that's sterile, first thing that happens is different molds and bacteria and so on land on it and want to start procreating on it, basically. So, and then you give it a little bit of food there for them, and bingo. So if you've already created the structure and food supply with the iron and so on, it's like it's got the blood, it's got the iron, it's got the temperature and environment, and a little bit of maybe a spark or two from some stray sparks, and bingo, you've got life form. Woo! And that means you're a creator. So be careful what you want to do as the creator.
Yeah.
It is quite a challenge to make a dust-free environment.
Yes, exactly. It's near impossible, actually.
Well,
they use inflated room.
What about steam and CO2 and zinc in it constantly?
About what?
House. Steam and CO2 and zinc through the house.
What about that?
Steam in the house. You
mean like a vapor, like ultrasonic vapor or something?
Yeah, like putting it in a kettle, and just I got this little kettle. Man, this thing's amazing. I'm telling you, I've learned so much from this thing. It's crazy. I'm telling you. 'Cause, I mean,
you can learn a lot from a kettle.
The vapor is an sp3 structure, you know, and then it's like, man, it would be so easy to make a holographic television or any
Well,
kind
that's the
of
thing.
device with just, you know,
Yeah, you could create a space with the vapor,
of all the
and yeah, with the right spacing and gap of the atoms in that vapor, it's possible you could create a structure with that. I mean, take into account what John Bliven's been doing down in Arizona. They showed in the last workshop. You know, they had the layout with the different maggrav units all over the place and hitting it with high voltage, and they're finding these fields that are being created and whatnot. Well, what if you had that vapor as part of that system, generating vapor? And it would help solidify that shell. It might actually be a way of creating the shell from the vapor. It might be the only way of creating it, actually. So yeah, it's an interesting idea. I think once we end up controlling the fields more and getting into more higher energy fields, and the idea of lapping or layering of fields, we have to get those 3 layers, the 3-layer effect. You get one going one way, one going another way, and one going the other way again, and it creates a gradient between these fields, so nothing can penetrate. If something tries to penetrate, either bounces off or gets annihilated. It's got that kind of force to it.
So we set up an LXB configuration with it tying into itself and then feeding back into itself with one maggrav in the gravitational that's clockwise, not counterclockwise, feeding back into the system. And then we have like the star formation, okay, in the center of that, and then hit it with high voltage. It would just be like an defibrillator hitting our chest, right?
Yeah, basically something like that.
And that baby would crank up, and that's it. Yes.
Yeah. I think that's part of the full equation, part of the bigger picture once we get into higher energy levels. But you know what we learn with Mr. Keshe and through the Keshe Foundation is we learn the basics about fields, and we learn to how to visualize the fields, how to work with the fields, how to measure fields, how to feel fields, and so on. And then once we graduate into higher levels, or some of us will go on to experiment with maybe lift systems and different, you know, high energy type systems that are, you know, effective for a larger craft or something, then we'll already have the basics. We'll already have an understanding, and we won't be having a bunch of surprises and lack of understanding and, you know, scratching our heads and so on. We'll go ahead and do it because we already know from our playing around with little reactors and stuff and trying different things that we know about fields. We know that they are there, and it's just a matter of measuring and making them interact properly and so on and so forth.
Can I ask you something, Rick? Seriously, this is like real, man. Okay, I created this reactor, okay, and I have this vision in my mind, all right, with the fields, the magnetic and the gravitational fields creating a friction in between the core. It's like the equator in the center of the Earth, you know. But the outer core has to be offset just a little bit, where it has a wobble, you know. But
yes,
if
I know exactly what you're saying.
Rip it like, you know, the Evil Knievel motorcycles. Whenever you just rip that freaking plastic wire out of it and the wheel would start spinning, you let it go.
Mm-hmm.
It would take off. If I could just rip it hard enough where the center core would, the fields would create the friction in between the core and the outer core of the inner core of the outer core, and it would maintain itself.
That's right. That's exactly what I've been trying to do what I've been playing with, trying to do for years, basically. And that's what the latest setup here is about. Let's have a little look at it while we're talking about it. Go ahead.
I've been playing around. You know, I got into graphene a long time ago. When in like 2000 and I think it was 2010. Whenever the guy got the Nobel Peace Prize for the graphene, just peeling it off on tape.
Yeah, I followed that for years. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I followed the graphene thing for
Yes,
years.
man. So, and they couldn't produce it mass production. So, man, and I was just astonished by it. And so I started everything. I tried exfoliating it, doing everything that I possibly could to just produce it, because I knew that, you know, this was the key. It was going to be our future. Anyways, I, I messed with a little bit of sulfuric acid and powdered sugar, you know, and I realized that the reaction, it creates graphene, you know, but it's in a chemical reaction, you know.
Yeah.
So I doped some powdered sugar with some lead, liquid plasma of lead, some iron, a little bit of CuO, and then did the reaction. Then I did another reaction just with the CuO. That way the inner core would have a connection with the center core, you know.
Right. Yep.
So
Well, yeah. See, like that's what I've been trying to do with. I got this lathe set up. I'm trying to get it so it operates properly, and I've still got a ways to go on it. But the idea is that with everything centered and so on, then you know, I'll have another ball inside of this one, like you were saying. And if this one on the outside is just a little bit off center, enough to induce a vibration at a resonant frequency, then that'll be translated into the sphere in the middle and cause it to have its pressures, you know, regularly pushing on it, basically. And it'll create the you know, the fusion is exactly what we're after here. Now, I'm essentially doing the same thing with this. Once this is filled with water, I'll have a micro bubble in the center. In fact, I'm going to have a get my hypodermic in that top part there.
can I show you mine?
When I'm done here, just a minute here. So the idea is that with the hypodermic needle set up something like this, and it goes to the center of the sphere, I'll be able to inject a little micro bubble into the center there, and that'll be the center core of the reactor essentially. And then if there's too much air, too much bubble in the middle, I can also extract that with the same syringe. I can have that set up inside this whole tailstock thing. So what I expect to do once that's set up is I'll just be able to turn this wheel here, and you can see how this little doodad here comes out. It's actually a hollow. This is a hollow shaft inside here. So I'll be able to put the hypodermic needle in and then use the wheel to push the hypodermic in to position the bubble exactly where I wish to, or position the needle exactly where I wish to inside the globe. And that's how I want to control that fusion process in the center while this is rotating with fluid in it. And that centers that bubble right in the middle and gives me a place to work with. And then I'm going to use some ultrasonics with speakers mounted on this, close to this while it's rotating, and try to induce some action in the bubble. At the same time, I'm going to put high voltage in through the needle itself, and this base will be insulated, so I'll be able to control the voltage gradient inside this sphere at the same time. So yeah, this is you know, all of these different techniques and so on are just different ways of different reactors, different ways of doing things. You know, it's Okay, what do you want to show there, Zane? Okay.
We lost the microphone.
I'm not sure if we have your microphone anymore, Zane. Let me see here. Not hearing you.
It's just a
Oh,
plastic
there we go.
dome.
Yep.
But I mean, I've kind of made it just like a ship, you know. Yeah, no, it's nano coated a little bit, but I just had just this one core, the one that's inside here. It's kind of funny that you can't see it too well, huh? That's great. I love it. But anyways, that core that's inside here, I was just gonna use it, okay, and put it inside this and have this, you know, mounted, but have it where it was offset. And whenever it would spin, it would rotate like this. But I mean, at such a high RPM, you know, that it would catch the magnetic and gravitational friction of the center core would equal out to the inner core, and it would just it would I would have fusion. Yes, isolation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right. You're so right. I'm sorry, but it's just yeah. Well, it's been through a few things, man. I've been testing a lot of stuff. You know, I've been doing it. but the whole not fusion. Yeah, it's cold fusion, right? It's not hot fusion. So it's not gonna melt nothing. It's gonna get that's something that I love about my Gans, man. My Gans, they're so determined, man. They just want it. They got will. Like it's unbelievable, you know. But I'm I got I keep thinking no matter. I don't know. I'll just shut up. I'm sorry.
I got something for Zane.
I get cranked up. I just, man, I love this stuff. This is my life, man. Plasma is so awesome.
It wasn't on live stream. There we go. A lot of people have said that recently, that plasma is their life, and that's what it becomes after a while. You know, I think he's sort of the same way. He's anybody who sits beside him in the cafe, they better start knowing something about plasma, or else he'll be telling them all about it.
No, they do. They do.
They do already. They
I've
all
been
know.
talking about that for a while now.
Great. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's and all that good stuff.
We're all growing. We're all growing in knowledge, and I don't know. To me personally, anyway, it's quite an adventure. But I feel like after 3 years, I learned so many different things that it makes my head spin. I try to digest the whole thing, but seriously, I'm becoming a different person. I feel like basically emerging into science. That's how I feel into plasma. That's a nice little setup there. What's going on?
Yeah, Zane, what is that structure that's up on your shelf there with all that? It's made out of plywood or cardboard or something?
Aluminum plates, maybe?
Is that a secret
We lost
project?
his
I'm not hearing
again.
your audio there, Zane. No audio, Zane.
That's another one. Wow.
This
Yeah, it looks like aluminum plates.
oh, I have to spotlight it, but that's not the audio.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're
There you
hearing
go.
audio.
We can hear you now. It's all
Okay, we missed anything you might have said there, but go ahead.
Yeah. It's just a maggraph that I got inside this thing that I kind of created. I had a whole bunch of these plates or these things.
Mm-hmm.
I think
What
a friend of
are
mine
they?
used to grow pot and he got busted or something and
Oh, okay.
told me to come grab this stuff. So I grabbed it.
Okay.
But I think I need to turn it around because I think it would work better if the fields were hitting the outside of this and then coming out this way. But
yeah, it's kind of like a
this seems to be
Faraday
pretty
box.
cool. Yeah, like a Faraday cage, sort of. Yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but it's graphenized, man. Whenever I was working with graphene, okay, see, I never knew nothing about Dr. Keshe. And this is what's so amazing about all of this is that I started working with graphene and then I started turning it into transformation optics, you know, through a process of light and lenses and stuff like that. And then I made my first CO2, you know, plasma. And then it was like as soon as I made my first CO2 Gans, you know, just from the graphene, I was so excited, man. And then I was introduced to Dr. Keshe, which was pretty amazing. And it's been a good ride ever since. It's been amazing, man. It's been totally amazing. Yeah, I feel so gifted, dude. I feel so blessed. I'm telling you. Yeah. Yeah. I love all y'all. Thank you so much for just being y'all. Y'all are great. Yes.
I just wanted to thank Sandor for his presentation last week on his health pens. These little centrifuge test tubes, they're just great, and they're less than 15 cents a piece. And so, yeah, Amazon.
In Amazon,
So,
okay.
Yeah. So they, you know, you can get them, buy them in packs of, well, that's 50 there.
So did you buy like 5,000 or?
No, just 300.
Just
300 for $35 or something like that.
Only half the garage full. Yes.
So I'm set for the next 3 years making health pens.
Great on, Lee. Good for you.
Hey, Rick.
Good for you.
Can I show you something? Can y'all observe something with me?
Okay. We'll
All right,
go
cool.
back to
awesome, man. Okay, you see this? Okay, it's just sitting on top of. I got a thermometer down there, but I want you to see something. Okay, this is offset. Now I was thinking, this is what made me think about making that reactor that I'm working on. And tomorrow I got someone sent me a whole bunch of stuff. So by tomorrow, man, I hope I can bolt that thing in the back of my truck and fly to Arizona and go show them what it's all about.
Well, it's an interesting gyration there of the globe. When you think about it, the Earth is similar. It's got a
very much so. Yes.
They call it the Syrian precession or something.
Yes.
The Syrian.
The
Syrians were the first to measure it, I believe.
The center core. Imagine the center core balancing with this.
Right. And the thing about it is, if you consider the idea of gravitational waves that are sort of becoming popular now, if you have a sphere that doesn't gyrate and is perfectly balanced, then it would give off actually less gravitational waves in terms of a pulse. It would be more of a consistent sort of something, but you wouldn't be able to get a pulse out of it. Whereas if it's got a gyration to it, then it actually puts out a possibly measurable pulse. You can imagine the mass of an object being, just changing its position rapidly. It ends up with a different gravitational field than one that's constant. Even the Earth itself, if there's a lot of mass underneath you, then the gravity, the measurement of gravity is different for iron in the Earth, for example. If you have a lot of iron underneath you, when you measure the gravity compared to sand or something else. Is there something else you wanted to show us there, Zane? Or
no.
Alrighty.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. That was great.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it could be that that's a way to add a pulse or a heartbeat to our reactors. Okay. Anything else from Lee? Or have you shown this week's activities there, Lee?
No, that's it for me this week.
All right. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have something they'd like to bring up for show and tell here? Now's your big opportunity for fame and fortune to get your ideas and out to millions of people out there. Well, okay, hundreds, maybe thousands. John, I hear you there.
Yeah, I'm here in the background. So this issue of field plasma is kind of a big deal, and when we find that we're able to create this field plasma, the game changes. So we were able to do it with the magravs that we put together, but you're also able to do it with simple coils and smaller magrav units. We did the 3 units together in the delta configuration, and we're able to generate the plasma fields again. Mm-hmm. So the next step for us is to integrate the reactors into the spaceship design in conjunction with the magrav units, where we believe we'll be able to open up. We have the fields, we have the field plasma there, and now what we're trying to do is open it up to the next level. Right now we're using high voltage transformers.
Are you using run capacitors?
No, we're using neon light transformers.
Okay. No
capacitors at all. We're going straight from the electric grid. We convert the energy coming out of the wall, the AC current, to DC current right away with the high voltage neon light transformers. We switch it over to DC, and then once it's in DC form, then we're able to do a lot of different things. So we just got, I guess I could show these picture of these reactors that we got.
So the transformers that y'all are using, did you get them out of microwaves?
Okay, so
yeah,
these are neon light transformers, but you got to be careful using the high voltage transformers, because if you're not careful, they can bite you. So let me share my screen here.
What? Excuse me. Why did you use the transformers? For what purpose?
To amplify the fields, bring in more power.
Okay, thank you.
So
And
John,
you did-
John,
and you
John,
didn't-
John, can I ask you something real quick? Just real quick. Okay. Our systems, okay, the way our body is made, we're all monoatomic and nanomaterial, right? Okay. Our neural system is nothing more than semicapacitors. Now, if we hit it with a defibrillator and it's self-sustaining.
okay.
Okay, so do y'all have something that's running constantly?
Yeah.
I mean, have you hit something hard enough where it's like constantly pulsing?
No. We haven't created the heartbeat yet, but so the fields that we're opening up, the plasma fields that we're opening up, have a consciousness to them, and perhaps we'll be able to figure out how to keep that consciousness alive without plugging into the wall, if you will. In other words, match it to our body, if you will.
Yes, just like your body, man. If your heart stops, what did they do to you? They send a lot of voltage into it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just like the difference between perpetual like and over unity and such.
But did y'all put one maggrav like the gravitational going into the gravitational ring in the center clockwise instead of counterclockwise?
You can go any direction.
Tie into itself and back where there's a back feed?
Yeah, you can do all of that. Once you get past the where you're all DC, you can do all kinds of things. You can loop it back in on itself. You can go positive to negative, negative to positive.
I know, but the thing of it is it's self-sustaining, brother. That's the mission, ain't it?
Yeah, that's the mission.
Yes, sir.
We haven't unlocked that door yet. Can you see these reactors here?
Yeah, go ahead and explain there, John.
Okay, so what we experience with these reactors is we've constantly had a problem with when you bring them up to the higher speeds, they wobble, they leak, they one issue after another. We found that the little acrylic balls, they're dangerous if you start spinning them fast. The ping pong balls, of course, just can't hold those kinds of speeds. Some of the glass balls, again, you have to get the hookups absolutely correct so you have a true spinning to them. Eventually, what we moved.
Mr. John.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like John to describe his reactors and follow through here. Let's let him do a little presentation first, and then not interrupt with so many questions. I'm getting fractured stuff. I want to hear about his reactors here now. Okay. Let's just carry on. Let John talk for a little bit here, and then we'll throw a bunch of questions at him.
All right.
So what we did was we have 2 3D printers in our facility, and we did a lot with the 3D printing. This green one down here on the bottom is a 3D printed version of a reactor, and we tried really hard to get our 3D printed reactors to work for us. And we just weren't successful enough, especially at the higher speed. So finally, we ended up going out and machining some. This set here, we machined over on the left. These white ones, we machined to mount onto our helicopter motors. They actually screw right on there. and we're going to be trying those this week. These others on the right come from China, and they have a brass ball that goes inside them. We're working with the Chinese people to actually build a better version of this that we hope to have where we can offer them for sale to anybody, because these little reactors like this, like a group of 4 reactors sitting, on 4 corners of a let's say a half-acre plot of land, will create a greenhouse effect. In other words, you'll have a field plasma that will open up, and it'll be like a bubble where everything inside the bubble is different from everything that's outside the bubble. And you can, by putting certain things inside the bubbles, you can fertilize your crops. You can create an environment where they don't need as much water. You can keep it pesticide free, et cetera, et cetera. These are also, in my mind, the backbone behind the Oasis units that are coming, that you've heard talked about in the past, where when we get this field plasma and we can open it up into, I'll call it let's say it's like the light. It'll be like a big burst of light that'll open up, and you'll be able to see the fields tangibly. And when we get to that point, then when we go inside this bubble, then everything becomes possible for us. So this is where we're going. At least this is, our understanding of what it is that we're doing and what's coming about. So not only is spaceship within our capabilities, but this bubble that we'll be able to create can also create our house and our environment that we live under. So this is a big deal. These balls will be a big deal. Our understanding of how we use the high voltage transformers to open up the plasma fields beyond what you can get with regular current from a wall is all part of the equation. When we were talking about we use microwave transformers. Microwave transformers have like I'll call it a solid pulse versus a stepping up and stepping down of the voltage, which is really more what you want. You can put, for example, your reactor, your maggrav units on top of a microwave transformer without plugging it into anything and amplify the fields. Just the plasma in its interaction with the high voltage transformer in the area will amplify it. So that's something you can do. So it's a lot of this stuff we start to learn. I saw your little plasma light bulb that you have, Rick. When you take those plasma fields and connect them to your maggrav unit or a coil, you can actually expand the whole room that you're sitting inside into a bubble of energy from those plasma sparks, I'll call it. When they touch the coil, we do it with our violet ray. We'll bring somebody in the room and open up the fields in the room where the whole room is in a bubble of energy. And if people come into the office or area that we're in, and they'll talk about how, the next day their body is different, or, they felt balanced, after they left the area. So these are things that we are working with, and I feel like we're getting really close to kind kind of where we've always been trying to get to with the plasma fields. Open them up to where they can do what it is that we intend them to do.
Right
Zane,
on.
you want to ask?
Yeah, what would you like to put in there, Zane? Not hearing your audio if you're trying to talk.
Or anybody else have questions?
I just like to say thank you so much for all the work you put in, and I learned so much from you every week. This is a bonus. Thank you. I do things the way I do, but I learn what I do from you. Like the way you describe it, it's so nice. Well, I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you. You know, one of the things I tell everybody that I come in contact with is that every single person that's a part of the foundation, it's like they're all contributing to the energies that are getting us to where we want to go. And every time we take a step in the direction of that which we want to go, whether we make GANs, we talk to a neighbor about it, we do anything of that nature, we expand the fields to where energetic, you know, new possibilities come.
Absolutely.
Possible.
Yes, Mr. John. Okay, if it was possible, okay, to take an acrylic ball and fill it with CO2 and zinc GANs, all right, and then run nano-coated wire with like a little infinity loop on it, running out of it, okay, and put this in the center of the magravs, okay, attached to going in from the beginning of the gravitational ending at the magnetical, like just like the way the magravs are kind of tied together. And the magrav, hello, yes,
Yeah,
and the magrav coils being glazed with like powdered sugar. With that, wouldn't it? And then you hit it. If you hit it with a lot of high voltage, wouldn't it create the ultraviolet, the plasma light that would feed the fields and just and make it sustainable? Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's a lot easier said than done. Why don't you just do it, Zane, if it's so easy?
No, I'm not saying it's so easy, brother. I'm not saying it's so easy, but that is what I'm working on. It is.
Yeah. Be careful with high voltage transformers, but if you understand what it is that you're doing with them,
well, I got a whole bunch of capacitors and stuff like that, but
the whole key is the amplifying the energy.
Yes.
Within the plasma fields to open them up to a greater degree. Right now, our magravs are generating plasma fields, but they're I don't want to say they're not strong enough for the purpose that we're doing right now. They're adequate, but there's ways to open it up even bigger. And when we open it up even bigger, the possibilities become even greater.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Okay, if once the field is established, okay, let's say the field's created, we have I got all my stackers, like they're not on the ground, but you know, I mean, they're hanging. Okay, let's say they're all hanging, and my field is established, and I create a CO2 and zinc steam inside the field. Will that create the shell?
In my mind, you don't need that to create the shell.
No.
You can create the shell. The shell would be like a burst of light, where you get a bright light, and then all of a sudden you're seeing a structure. At least that's my opinion of how it works. It doesn't need a steam or a fog or anything like that.
Well, no, the reason I was saying that is because when we're in the womb, okay, our bodies start to develop, and well, like the egg, you know, there's a magnetical gravitational field, and then the interaction creates the outer shell, the hardening of the shell. So I was just wondering that, you know, if the field was established, I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, all right. I'm overthinking everything. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
You know, in a way, you got a good point. You know,
Yeah.
because, you know, my thinking of how the outer shell is created is this, you know, burst of light, and then it becomes tangibly visible. But maybe there's more to the eggshell comment than is realized. Maybe it kind of needs a
Yes. Yeah. The magnetical gravitational field strengths would well create will develop the matter, just as we're pulling it out of the atmosphere and putting it into our Gans buckets.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be the opposite.
Yeah.
Inside out instead of outside in.
Do we have more information? Go ahead.
Let me show you something. If
yes, sir,
give you any direction. Okay. So the same thing is the same MAGAV unit, but I've added this an additional coil in between, a one stacker, an additional tiny one. Well, I've heard the beating, but I don't know how I created it. Just trying to do it properly and how I do it. Well, I felt like I had to use this. I don't know if it's necessary, but I felt like I had to be able to create the. You see, the every strike is a beat. Up here, every strike it indicates a beat. So when I put this, sorry, yeah. Well, it strikes the same way as this strikes towards where I connected it. So I thought maybe I could do that. It somehow works in a way. What happened is, so this is, let me just get my torch. This is, it's called a reset mode, and there's off side of it, where that's where the electricity comes and transforms into plasma. Simple as that. And what happened here, let me turn this light on. This is off. Here. And many components are here. I just wanted to try whether this is a faulty machine or not. I wanted to get my sort of indicator, and it didn't work on it. So I need a 9-volt batteries for tomorrow to be able to really understand. If you have any other ideas to be able to check whether this is working or not at the moment, but I have tried it previously. It kind of worked. And let me just, is that possible to be able to, I've really pushed it in terms of here and underneath the table, it goes on and it continues here. I'm keep changing this just to understand it. If it's going to happen, it would happen right away. But whether I do it, I sample it simply. That's just what I do. What happened? The only significance is just like it's everywhere, of course. I mean, because of this frequency changes. That's the true north. It's an analog one, obviously. It doesn't change anywhere. Of course, when I bring it close to the magnets or the motors contains magnets, so it changes a little bit. And but something happened right this very point. Let me just show you. Let me bring it towards the light. I can't zoom. All right, I'll take it here. And this is the north. And I bring it just like the way I pulled it. And it follows that direction. So, well, what I think about it, I've done something, but it's obviously not doing what it's supposed to do, but it's doing something else and concentrated on this very point, or saturated. Maybe I'm near the window, or I'm not sure.
What did you intend it to do, Alper, when you're building it? What's your intention? What's your
my intention, my main totality, all covers it. In my intention to expand the field as much as I can, and a minimal, the simplest version of it. So, but it has changed on the way that I'm doing it. But it came to this point now that I need to do something minimal. It should work really, and so that's what I'm trying to do. The intention, the feeling of it, the emotional feeling of it, obviously add something to the knowledge, because whereas it's all a matter of we remember, we all fly. That's what I think. Can we remember it? Like we're all doing it. So the ones that remember a little bit, a glimpse of it, maybe we're all doing it, I think.
And it's remembering the emotion. Then is what you're getting to. Is the key thing.
It's not actually like the words or the saying that you've done it, you achieved it, or here is your diploma. It's like the color of the feeling, or the. I've actually gave an example, like you get up in the morning and you're into dreaming, and but you don't remember any of your dreams in the morning. I say it's impossible. You think about it, you're wondering if you've seen your lover or anything that you wanted, but you can't. And then the day goes on, and in the middle of the day you're in the park eating your breakfast, whatever, and then you see a flower, and then you remember the whole dream. So the color or color of the flower, or the shape of the flower, or the dream of itself, where it took you to indicate the whole dream or made you remember it, is just a kind of part of it. That's what I think. This is the
Well,
bit that is undescribable, but the clever ones who can give the more example more than me, I would love to listen to it. It's
well,
just, yeah.
there's a wise man who once said that the model of the thing is the thing itself. So we're sort of working with or playing with models of what our starship systems would look like, our drive systems, our levitation systems, our food systems, and so on and
No.
so forth. And we work with sometimes light, like you've worked with light here, for example. And what I notice is this color of blue that you have in your plasma device there, and also the LED lights, is it, that are on the...
That's right. That's right.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I play with the LED lights a lot.
they actually match, and those colors, that particular color of that LED I see in the screen there now in the lower left, is a color from my childhood that I really identified with. It was my favorite color, and the plasma globe there. That's definitely the. And as soon as I saw your setup, that's what caught my eye, but not just caught my eye. That's a figure of speech. It actually caught my emotion. It triggered something in me of a primordial, really deep stuff, like right back to dreams when I was a kid of the blue meanies who were blobs that floated around through space that were of this color and so on. And so there's something about the archetype of these contraptions that we put together. Most of the stuff, it looks pretty funky. There's wires and it's all black and things are all over the place, and almost everybody has that happening. It's just a bunch of wires and a bunch of things all over. But yet, there's something about the core of it, the spirit of it, and the geometry of it, and often the colors that are used, and the just sheer otherworldly look about it, like that. That looks like something that could easily be from the latest Alien movie. No problem. This is an alien trying to get home, and putting together something that. And he's firing it up and so on, and it's. But the thing about it is, if it's true, as the shamans say, that the model of the thing is the thing itself, it will take us to where we need to go, if it's correct in its geometry and its the way it's built and the intention that goes into it. Changes everything, essentially. So
true. Well, the thing is, you made it sound like me is just a giant shaman where I do things magically. Thank you so much. You're always very, very gentle with every people that you talk to. I understand it, but this is just a learning and adaptation of what the foundation or you or anybody just represented to me. It's honestly, it's just that. And every single thing that you see here, you'll be able to find it in the teachings. That's
well,
just it, really.
That's almost the exact same line that Mark from Detroit used with his contraption that we saw the last few weeks and so on, him coming along with it and all these whirling gizmos on it and so on. It's just, again, it looks like this alien contraption, and he says the same thing, that he put all of the teachings that he learned from Mr. Keshe into this. All the different aspects have been put into it, and and then sometimes it's hard to get back to that simplicity that was at the core of everything initially, because we start to think, well, if I put this on, it'll help the fields here, and if I add this, it'll help the fields here, and so on. And yet there's a certain simplicity I mean, there's a certain simplicity here that we see as well. It's very basic. It's not like it's got the guts of the modern Atlas V rocket or something like that. It's very simple and geometric, and everything's round and triangles and so on. It's
yeah, that's just it, really. I mean, you described it so well. This skeleton, you might think that it is wow, but it's just to indicate sort of where I should be able to put my Gans around it, and that was the way that just showed me what is in the middle is nothing really. I mean, I've learned it from YouTube. Is a university. It has become a university to me. It opened many windows. Honestly, however much that is on the negative or whatever the people think, but I appreciate it. I love it. Thank you for it. And Zoom, and if they listen to it as well, honestly, and there's no comparison with anything. It's just as you indicated. It just bring it down to this is even far too complicated because I have such a time that to be able to use it efficiently, like as much as I can to be able to, as I said, expand the horizon, and eventually we'll be there or we'll remember our travels, and hopefully everyone.
Hey, Alper, that's a beautiful system you got there. Can I show you a way to open up those fields even bigger?
Yes, please.
Simple way.
Yes, please.
Okay, let me share screen again. So can you see that screen there?
Yeah, I can see that clearly.
Okay. So what we use for amplifying the energy fields are these little transformers. They're 70,000 kV, but they hook up to a 3
volts.
They hook up to a 3 to 6 volt battery or DC power. Now we got ours hooked up on the other side over here to a DC power supply, and we run about 1.5 volts through them. We connect the two greens, and then we connect one of these wires here to the magnetical side, and then we did another one over here to the gravitational. You could actually take this wire here. Can you see my mouse? You can take this wire here and connect it.
Yeah.
You know, go from magnetic to gravitational and connect them together. You touch these two together, you'll get a big spark between these two.
Okay.
So it's a simple way to amplify those fields. And if you took like something like this and you hooked it up to your, like one of these to your magnetic and one to your gravitation, you'll find that those fields will open up like a bubble. And then once you get that bubble, then you have this field plasma. You have the gravitational holding it to the ground and the magnetical wanting to push it out into the ethers. And when you're in that bubble, like for example, you can't see the other side of this, but what you do when you have this bubble is just try it out with your hands, your two hands together, and you can actually feel the energy in the bubble. Yeah. That bubble, again, we talked about how do we create the actual shape, whether it's an eggshell or what. But this is a simple way. These probably cost about let's say $8 a piece. They weren't real expensive. You can buy them on eBay. It's called a 70,000 kV 3-volt transformer.
I have just searched 20 minutes ago. Just done it, and I was very curious. I've never done it, and on Amazon, and yeah, the similar prices, and like 3 to 9 volts and 6 volts, and yeah, it turns into a giant.
Yeah, get the ones for like 3 volts. Where you keep it.
Okay. And John, you're putting 1.5 volts through, right? So that'll make it probably around 35,000 volts that comes out of the unit.
We adjust it. You know, we play with it. Right now, we got it on. We're constantly running it. We didn't want to run it real high because it will get hot. So we run it at 1.5 volts. We run it for a couple days. Again, so what happens is when you build up, when you first put it on, you get a bubble, but then the bubble has to kind of find its balance with everything that's around it. Yeah. So it you know, changes shape, if you will. And then it will interact with your field. So if you stick your hand into the bubble, for example, it again has to find its balance. So it finds its balance with your balance.
Amazing. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Mr. John.
Yes.
Have you hit it with like 70,000 volts?
Yeah, we can spark it.
700 and something thousand volts.
70,000 comes out of it, Zane.
I know. I meant like 700,000.
No. You mean put more volts? You put like 10 or 20 volts or 100 volts into the unit and have 700,000 come out? Is that what you mean?
Going into it to crank it up.
Well, what happens?
You have to be careful what you're dealing with. You know.
Yes, I understand.
These are energies that, if not careful, they can bite you real hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what happens if you put too much voltage in? It just breaks down in the insulation inside, and it's basically sort of short circuits. Yeah.
Well, the graphene or the nano coating is it's a superconductor. Not only that, it's a superior heat conductor.
Yeah.
Hey, John, this is Mosfek.
Oh, hi, Mosfek.
Hey, I have a question about configuring the maggrav, because when I was playing with the maggrav coils, I, at one point, based on Mr. Keshe's teaching, tried using feedback from magnetic to gravitational. And at that time, I didn't use any of these high voltage input, but changing that configuration, I mean, what I could feel from my hand is it used to increase the field quite a bit. I don't know whether you have tried it, and if you have tried it, I would like to know your experience on that.
So again, you're saying doing what?
So yeah, the feedback from magnetic to the gravitational side of the maggrav or maggrav coils. It can be coils or a set of coils.
Let me see if I can pull up a different picture here real quick. So you've heard talk about the delta. Can you see that?
Yes.
The delta configuration, where we go. These have no capacitors. Where we just went from magnetic to gravitational, gravitational to magnetic, magnetic to gravitational, and then we looped them back on themselves. And we took those little high voltage transformers you see, and we hooked them one on the gravitational and one on the magnetical on this side. So we amplified the fields with a small power source. And what happened is this little 3-unit configuration created a bubble around it, about a foot and a half out. But again, this would be free plasma. In other words, this area in here is all a bubble, if you will. And what we're going to find is that when this bubble interacts with another bubble, we'll get various situations.
What I'm talking about is when you put a capacitor between from magnetical, one going to the gravitational, and then you use the output from the maggrav as well. So in that kind of arrangement, it should become self-sustaining even if you have one of those transformer. That's my assumption, and from my experience and in practice, it increased the field, but I mean, without any input, it wasn't much, but there was a definite increase in the field.
So the way I see it is that those capacitors are the vehicle that allows us to go from AC to DC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without, if you go straight from to DC into your magravs, like we have right here, we have no capacitors. So we're strictly staying, all of our dealings are in DC.
What I'm talking about is also purely DC as well. It's partial feedback essentially, because it's unlike conventional electrical system. It's a superconducting system. So capacitor is essentially, I mean, is charge transfer. I mean, pulsing charge transfer. Essentially, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And so I don't know. I mean, I will try it once I get these transformers. But until then, I was wondering how far you have gone in that direction, or if you have at all.
So we've tried the what I call the plasma batteries to power these up with the DC.
So how is the field? I mean, I have tried plasma battery myself for health application, but
with ours,
how far does it extend?
We didn't get enough power. Ours was weak.
Yeah, that's what I feel. I also have another question regarding rotating balls, because I have tried it and it's very difficult to keep them steady. And I was trying to replicate Arma's experiment with sound shielding, and one of the problems is leaking. And what do you use for sealing? Because that's also, I've seen that problem happening with.
This is a big problem that we've had. We've had more leaks than I want to explain. But what happens with the atomic hydrogen when you put it in these balls is it has a tendency to want to push whatever seal you put on it out of there. And when you spin it, it wants to do it even more. So what Mr. Keshe told us is, don't worry so much about a little bit of leakage, as that's always going to happen with the atomic hydrogen, but just kind of push through it. So let it leak a little bit, and then see where you end up. But try to push. Don't stop just because you see a little bit of water coming out. Keep pushing past it till you can get up to your limits you want to get to. And then you'll see that those will be able to open up.
One thing you might be able to use is perhaps a bit of what's called vacuum grease or something similar on the threads before the two halves are threaded together to help seal the threads. Or maybe a thread sealer of some sort. There's several different types that might be used.
Could always use Loctite.
Yeah, that becomes more permanent, especially with plastic, and it's sort of a one-way show that way. You can heat up metal, but the plastic, I don't know if it'll...
So a lot of people were drilling holes in plastic balls, etc., and then trying to cover up those holes that they drilled.
Yeah.
That's where you see a lot of that leakage. It just wants to push. The atomic hydrogen just wants to push through whatever you sealed it with. That's
true. Yes, there is there's vacuum. What do you call it? Sealers. It's there's epoxies, and there's also just like a sort of a grease, or more or less a silicone seal, but it's designed for vacuum or pressure conditions, and it doesn't tend to allow first of all, it doesn't off gas to contaminate the chamber, and it also it's able to contain the hydrogen, helium, or other gases so they don't escape so easily, because it's designed to work in a vacuum chamber situation. A lot of silicone seals are basically like an open window for those tiny molecules. they'll just blast right through silicone, normal silicone seal and that kind of thing.
So is that like a glue?
Yeah, there's both like a two-part epoxy kind of things that you can get for vacuum and pressure condition, and there's also more or less like a sealant or a sort of a goopy stuff or glue that you can use as well. So I don't have the brand name. Someone mentioned some stuff recently. I can't remember.
You got
what
JB
it was.
Weld putty.
Pardon
That
me?
stuff works great, man.
Say
It's
again?
like
What
JB
kind of?
Weld putty.
Oh, the JB Weld. I was going to mention JB Weld because I use that as an epoxy because I find, like for ping pong balls, for example, if you use not the JB Weld, not the stuff you use for engine blocks and so on, the kind of two-part putty, but the two-part liquid actually. And there's four or five different types of the JB Weld in particular, but if you get the kind that is the quick setting but not super quick, because if you get the super quick setting stuff, it actually super quick setting stuff is less tensile strength to it, so you want to get the strongest stuff, and usually the longer that it sets, the stronger it is. But if you get the quick setting, not the instant setting, then it... sorry, getting some interference there from somebody. Okay. Anyways, like I say, there's several different types of the JB Weld. It's not recommended necessarily for vacuum chamber situations, but it is for these balls. I've got ping pong balls I've spun over 10,000 RPM with the JB Weld epoxy holding on the ping pong ball to a brass fitting. And as long as you do 2 or 3 layers and sort of make it, well, I've got an example.
Cone-like, yeah. Like a very nice collar.
Let's see if I can pull one out here. One as an example. I think in that box there, yeah.
Mr. John, you there?
I'm here.
Yes. Hey, brother, have you thought about, the okay, you got your magravs in magnetical and a gravitational, like the Alex beads, right? Okay, and then you have the 4 magravs. You have your star formation in the center of that. Have you thought about doing anything something similar to like the V2, where there's lead in the center, and then on the outside it's the CH3, the CO2, CH3, and the CuO on the coils, and then once you hit it, the lead's gonna absorb, and then it's just gonna constantly feed itself. Have you thought about anything like that? Because I know, I built a V2, and this baby is bad. I love this thing, dude.
What does it do, Zane?
It's got a pulse. Man, I walk under it, my hair stands.
Okay, so I guess you're ready to fly, or what's it gonna do?
No, I'm not ready to fly, brother.
Hi, can I ask John a question? And I also have a comment about I'm not sure if this applies, because you're really talking about the physical water in the balls. But when you have the hydrogen, Armin had said a long time ago, if you paint ball with hydrogen, you nano-coat it on the outside. And that hydrogen, the CH3 rather, if you use a CH3, that hydrogen should contain the hydrogen. So I don't know, it's not really the same problem when you're rotating it, you're getting the centrifugal force and you're losing the water and all that. But I was just wondering if anybody has tried painting your balls, if you're going to put that atomic hydrogen with the aluminum and all, to paint the balls with the CH3.
You're
See if
talking
that
about
doesn't.
painting the inside of the inner
Well,
ball? Is that the idea?
well, I think what Armin was saying is, he said, you know how to. You were here. It was on one of the reactor groups. He said, you want to know how to nanocoat the outside of your reactors? Paint them with CH3. And then Mr. Keshe was saying that the hydrogen is the only thing that can contain hydrogen, really. So it just occurred to me that if you're going to have hydrogen in the ball, if you paint the outside of the ball with your CH3, you're adding a layer that will actually contain your atomic hydrogen you're getting in the center, possibly.
Well, that's some good rationale there.
Do you
So,
remember?
It's going to communicate with it, but
Do you remember
Well-
the time that Mr. Keshe mentioned, where if we could use one nanocoated or one not nanocoated coils, that's what I've been thinking for a while. I have tried it, and with nanocoating and not nanocoating together, but now I just realized something. I have to share it with you. That's why I stopped it. Nanocoating and not nanocoating indicates earthing and not earthing, and not nanocoating indicates not earthing with actual earthing, but getting it from the air capsule, which is the earth itself as well. Would that be? Have we tried it? Have you tried it using coated and not coated elements together, and in the coil, as well as any other things perhaps? And I have tried it, and I've seen good indications, but I don't know if I've done it in the right way or which way, but my way, obviously. And yeah.
We are told to keep the matter level stuff away from the plasma. The plasma doesn't like to interact with, the element so much. It absorbs or detracts the plasma's the understanding. So I don't know, but perhaps it makes a gradient. Perhaps it makes an earthing factor, or a grounding factor in
Grounding
space.
factor, I think it changes too many things, because being attached to the ground is being attached to our shell, 3Dness.
Well, what is it you're trying to do? What is it you're trying to do when you're mixing the matter and the plasma? You're trying to get electricity?
Well, the first step is to meet with the matter, contribute with matter and the plasma, and then when the electricity turned into plasma, and which I have experimented with it wherever I touched even the bare cable, where I cascaded it, it didn't give me any current and nothing. And it came to a point where I indicate, what am I? What with my 3Dness, I am the Earth, and that's what I'm trying to understand. How I do my current, and how I prove myself that I am what I am, and that's what I've been trying to do. But just by eliminating the Earth, physical Earth, because the Earth is in a capsule, the whole thing is Earth, air is Earth. Therefore, just by using one nanocoated, one not nanocoated, that's why adapted onto our understanding. Simple as that. And see how it goes. I haven't tried it. That's just a revelation. Like, it's a good conversation going on, really. I mean, it just gives me inspiration, and that's what I came up with. Have we ever tried it? Which is the next thing that I'm going to try, one nano-coated and not nano-coated, because earthing maybe is I shouldn't be able to touch things to be able to light things. I've tried many experiments with high voltage. I need to be in the equation, but I shouldn't be, because I shouldn't be in the middle. I should be part of it, if you see what I mean. I should be one with the component. And I'm still like, I'm representing the earth and then trying to make a point. And yeah, and that's the idea. Ideas comes to in the form of doing it nano-coating or not nano-coated areas, and I'll see what I can achieve with that.
Thank you. Let's see what John has here. What he brought up this picture in relation to that. Maybe that center coil has something special he'd like to speak about.
Thank you. Great.
You're on the right track in that, you know, the whole concept of being grounded. Remember when Douglas did his experiments and he put the ground rod in?
Yes, I remember it like yesterday.
And it was like that was a necessary piece of the equation.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I think you're onto something. So just kind of think of it maybe not so much as a bare piece of copper as maybe the concept of grounding.
Well, I'm just hoping that'll be the inspiration. Perhaps you'll get an idea with it and make it something out of that in your environment, because I love your environment. Whenever I watch it, I bless you. I just wish all the bad negative feelings to be just wish to have a massive dome on it to protective, and I'm praying for you guys, and yeah, thank you for all your kind wishes. Thank you. I'm trying really night and day, honestly. Like, and you know me and you see me. I mean, there is just that. There's nothing else.
John, can I ask you a question about what you were talking about? You had the delta formation, right?
Yes.
My internet cut off, so maybe you already said this. So, but first of all, you could see a bubble created there. You were saying?
Couldn't see it, but we could measure it.
Okay, and now the plan is you're sure you open the central core there is what you're saying. So the plan is to replicate that, put another one, and then have the free plasma between the one you created in the first delta and the second one interact, so that you have a free plasma to a free plasma, creating a third free plasma in between. Is that the idea?
I guess there's really no idea at this point, but you know what we're starting to find out is that when we were able to open up field plasma in more than one way, and we're able in some cases to open up very big and in other cases to open up smaller, and you know the thinking is that you know the three layers of this,
self-sustainability.
Yeah. The three layers of the skin that we've all been talking about, well, with our spaceship, you know, maybe what we have with the one field is only the first layer, and we need to add in the other three layers, which again will be field plasma, or to be like, think of it as one bubble interacting with another bubble, where we need to create these three layers. So we're going to put the spinning reactors in there, which will create a second layer. You know, we'll be looking for how do we get to the third layer, and we have these little understandings now where we can take three additional magraphs and create even another field plasma. So potentially, maybe we just stack it in the middle of our big circle, in kind of a 3D fashion.
Well, it was my understanding a few weeks ago, Mr. Keshe explained something. With the star formation, you're going to create your free plasma at the King's chamber. And then he said, if you put another one underneath it, you will create a free plasma at the King's chamber below that. And then the interaction of one free plasma with the other free plasma will create a free plasma in between those two. Because that third free plasma is generated not from a Gans, but from a free plasma, both two free plasmas, that you get the, you can turn the motors off, he said. So you're creating a free plasma from two free plasmas as opposed to from the Ganses, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm going to show you another picture after I show you this one, because you are correct. But there's many roads to China, and what we're finding is that we can do it with maggrav units, we can do it with coils, we can do it with reactors, we can do it with Gans material. And
sure. Well, my point was, if you've already been able to achieve a measurable bubble in your delta formation, if you put another delta formation, you repeat that, then there you'll have it. I suppose you could do it with probably a single reactor or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can do it. I'm just saying, right? I mean, is that the plan, though? The plan is to create a free plasma in one. So you've done that with your delta formation. If you can do that again with another one or any other way, then you'll get your free plasma between the two free plasmas, and you get your third free plasma, right?
Yeah, but if it was feeding back into itself, okay, and if it could absorb the plasma and then pump it back into the system, what more free plasma do we need?
Well, the whole point is that once you have a free plasma generated from two other free plasmas, then you no longer need the reactors at all. You have your self-sustaining feedback loop. I think that's the point.
I think that's kind of where we're heading. I think you're all on the right track in your thinking.
Thank you.
So let me explain this one here real quick. This was a device that we put together where we use the nano-coated aluminum wire rather than the copper wire. And the concept was to create these gradients between these various fields, again trying to amplify the power of a maggrav unit. It didn't really show significant improvements, but it worked just as well as the other ones. So it was just kind of one of those tests. But when he was talking about, the bare copper wire, there's a lot of different possibilities. We're not linked to copper. We can use silver wire. We can use galvanized wires, galvanized zinc wires, aluminum wires, and our coils can be, each time we put a different coil material, we get a different type of reaction with it. Let me pull up one other picture here real quick if I can.
Have you done one with just without a nano-coated wire, like just the middle one being just a copper, plain copper?
No, I don't think it would.
It doesn't work, right? It won't work, right?
Well, it's not that it wouldn't work. It's more that you wouldn't want to use copper as the metal. You'd want more of a transductant metal like silver or magnesium.
Okay, can you see that now? No. Hold on, let me go back to share screen.
Yep.
Do you remember these?
Oh, yes.
Name was Rick.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, this is exactly what
Yes.
Mario, you were talking about, in a way, where we have three coils and three coils. You can think of these as magravs, or you can think of them as simply coils on top of coils. Now, this was when he did it. He talked about this type of configuration being the cigar UFO configuration.
Perfect. Yes. Absolutely.
So as we start to experiment with, right now we're building more what they call the donut craft, if you will, where we have kind of a spherical with a center point,
Magnetic wind.
whatever you want to call it. But I think this, now you can also remember, what was the guy's name, Rick or something, that used to do these? First, remember Rick? The guy that was real good on doing all these.
Robert Ashton.
Yeah. And he also showed us how to do the Faraday cages. And the Faraday cages is real simple. We take the three coils, or we just set our maggrav units on the slide, and we simply amplify the fields, and then anything that goes into the middle of those Faraday cages will be placed in another dimension.
Oh my goodness. I want to hug you.
Okay, hey, I don't want to get off subject, but I have to ask this question, okay? Because this is killing me. All right. So we create our fields, all right? And we're inside our ship. How do we maintain or sustain our selves? Have we got to that point yet?
Yeah, so what the energy fields do is balance the energy. It balances with your energy fields. So think of it like a
okay, so
it's pretty much like inertial
there's no more physicality. It's all neurological.
I'm not gonna say that. I don't know. I haven't experienced it.
You could almost think.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I think I just forgot what I was going to say.
Well, this is a Faraday cage.
Not this one. You want to see a Faraday cage?
May I say something? What we see here is everything.
Yeah, please.
It just simply indicates totally old insignificant or significant things that we named. This machine contains it, and transportation unit, cigar shaped traveler unit, whichever you component, whichever you built it, this shape, this works in every way. It's like it works in every way.
Yes, but we have to go through a transformation. We have to go through a transformation. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, this is not an insignificant thing to change it. Like it's all on everywhere. The transformation starts with us, where it starts what we eat. High frequency food, lovely environment.
When do we absorb the fields then?
I'm sorry, I'm mixed up here.
You just interrupted what was being talked about here. I'm just trying to get. What was your question?
No, it's okay. We get inside our fields. Okay, we're inside our ship. All right, we go through a transformation. Now our bodies. Okay, there's two parts of our bodies. We have a neurological and we have a blood system of our physicality. Okay, but one part of it's got to go.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so what do we have to do to maintain our physicality in order for us to have eternal life.
What makes you think the physicality has to go to start with? And I mean, that might be a viable. That is one way to.
Two things. Well, first, okay, all right, is
we're going to run another test.
Sorry.
Oh, please, let's go ahead. Let's do another test.
I'm sorry, I had my mic open.
I'm going to have to, this is Denny. On that diagram that John showed, that was a transporter. That wasn't a cigar shape.
Yeah, that was a Faraday cage that allowed.
It wasn't even really a Faraday cage. It was a transporter. And
it was a transmutation.
A cigar shaped is 2-star formations.
Yeah, that was a transmutation.
There's still a part of us that has to go before we can even get to this stage, man.
Well, you have to reevaluate that, Alper, because that may not be true.
That's not Alper. That's Zane.
Mr. Keshe.
No, wait a minute. Everybody's talking. Sorry, just a minute here. I'm just about to state that everybody is talking on top of each other here suddenly. And that's what I don't want to happen. I want one person to speak at a time and not to have people interrupting constantly. I can't understand the conversation with too many interruptions happening, interruptions on top of interruptions now. So let's just take it one step at a time. Somebody wants to talk, let them speak their speak like they do in the the native circles. You give someone the feather and then we'll have that pass to the next person. I don't mind some interjections once in a while, but it's become something just happened where all of a sudden it's okay for there was 4 people talking at once and nobody listening. What happened there? So let's settle down and just get back on track here. Okay, somebody started off with something that they want to say about this. Let's just try to get a little more civility in here. Okay, where are we?
Don't get no time to talk to anybody who's even on my level, and I really appreciate y'all, and I love everything that y'all are doing. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, good. Thanks, Zane. I appreciate your input and everything. We just have to have a sort of a pecking order here because lots of people want to say things, and so okay, let's carry on.
Okay,
what do we have here, John? Go ahead.
Can you see that screen okay? So this was our version of the Faraday cage where you had 3 coils in each of these magravs, and we turned it on its side. This is where we put the microwave, high voltage microwave transformers underneath the magravs, but they're not hooked up. Other than one of them is hooked up. That first one kind of down here is actually hooked up into the power supply. So what happened is, and all these are hooked together with nano-coated wires. So when we created this, and we put another maggrav in the center, we really didn't need to have that in there. As a matter of fact, that probably took away from the experiment rather than added to it. But when we did this Faraday cage actually created a energy field as well. But it's not something that you're going to necessarily jump in the middle of unless you want to teleport, because that's basically how you're going to teleport. Something like this. Very close to this. We probably don't want to use these high voltage microwave transformers. We'll probably want to use more like the neon light transformers. But this is a Faraday cage here.
Mr. John, I told my wife that might happen, and she said, "Take your phone."
You know, Zane, we're a lot closer than people realize. And I hope by sharing that people start to understand these things, that, doesn't have to be me or us, but we're going to get there, and we're going to get there faster than people realize. Now, it only takes one person to show and spill the beans, if you will.
Yes, sir.
When it gets out there and that the world can see that they can do things in a different way, then everything changes. So this is not a small deal, this is a big deal.
Thank God.
Amazing.
I think, Mario, you were mentioning it was, you were trying to get the word transporter in there at one point, I think.
Well, yeah, that picture, Robert had made the design of several versions of it where he actually put maggrav coils onto a pyramid on all the four sides of the pyramid on a three. And then Mr. Keshe said, well, no, do it like this, and then do it like this, and then do it like this. And he kept telling him to do it. And then he said it was a Faraday cage. And he said it's what your pineal gland is doing all the time. It's a transportation, communication, transmutation device to transmute elements. That's what your pineal gland is doing. It's creating the elements from what you take in your body. And you can see the three layers. You'll have to have, he kept saying, now put 2 more coils on there. You make it 3 coils. Why? Because that's your skin, has 3 layers. That was my understanding of it. Your skin is a Faraday cage, plasma Faraday cage containing the fields of your body. That's what that's a replica of. It was a replica of the pineal gland. And there are different configurations of it to be used for different things. But basically you have 3 sets of coils on one side, and you have to have 3 sets of coils on the other side, 3 sets of coils on the bottom, 3 sets of coils on the top, and on each side. So there were, I think, 14 sets of coils. The minute I saw that, I started winding coils. I made 14 sets of coils and ended up placing them. He was saying also you have to have the container to hold them. And when you remember, Rick, I was making some experiments with Faraday cages. I showed you, I tried putting one on my little pyramid that I had. And I was realizing placing them is a real problem. And the only way to really place them is to have them placed with magnetic fields. You have to have the fields holding the coils. And at the end of the day, I realized, you know, your body is already a Faraday cage. I think that was, Mr. Keshe was explaining the human body there, really, and that you already are a spaceship. That was the conclusion I came to many months ago, that's what that whole thing was about. And I'm not sure, John, you have to have it, you're going to have to put coils on the bottom and the top as well, and on all the sides, so that it's a complete cage of fields. And I'm not sure I could never really work out how you're going to get those 14 coils in position. And, you know, do you really want to get inside that and something happens? You know, I mean, if you have a creature that you've transported here and it's in your Faraday cage and whoops, you know, something slips and, you lose containment of the field. You know, for a Gans packet, okay, but if there's some creature in there that you've transported or you're in there, that's totally fallible. The only real infallible way to make a Faraday cage is strictly with plasma fields. This is the conclusion I came to. So I've been doing a lot of experiments with Faraday cages for 1.5 years trying to make that work. And anyway, so that was my bit there. And sorry for myself for cutting into as well. I apologize to you, Rick, and everybody.
I think Faraday cage is actually us in between the equation, and you become the Faraday cage. And when it comes to Mr. Keshe's do this and do that, is just like when I put myself into his shoes, I think I would really like to do the same thing, really. And I would like to get the feedback on different aspects of the understanding from different people, different people that they love to understand the subject. And that's why I would love to give different opinions to people to do different things. he always mentions that people please don't copy it, like get your understanding and do your own things, and that would be the main understanding of the equation that we're in. Like there is this idea, if you think of the idea of itself as a cloud, there is this cloud of ideas, and there are just us. I'm looking at through this little telephone, and I see you and see the other person, and that's just us. I'm sorry, my giggling could be not really. It's just I just going over the. Really, I love to laugh with you all together. Like, how funny is it's? So it's like, how funny is that kind of attitude? And well, I go in the middle. Yeah, save me, please. Thank you.
Hey,
everything.
Speaking of the cloud.
Go ahead.
Speaking of the cloud, can I show y'all something?
Okay, what do you got?
I built this reactor about I guess it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it created a magnetic wind inside in here. And I had a
Where is
container.
here? We don't see any video or anything right now, I don't think, or maybe
I had a container of Gans, and I want y'all to see what this reactor did to this container of Gans. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
I couldn't believe it, man. It was so amazing.
What are we seeing here now?
Well, that's a 5-gallon container of CO2 Gans, and whenever it was all flat and everything, you know, it never moved. And then I built a static reactor and hooked a 3-stacker to it and wired it a certain way, and it created a magnetic wind in here. And then all of a sudden, that thing started acting like it was a hurricane. I couldn't believe it.
Hey, Zane.
Yes.
It's Pete here. Is that with your 10-liter spring boiler bottle CO2?
Yes, sir.
I figured it'd do something like that. Just the quantity equals the density of the field as well for just your ambient. Quantity of Gans, that is, and the water together. 10 liters is a lot more substantial than just in a little jar. So, of course, results are, to that quantitative kind of thing.
Be nice to have a time-lapse video of it, forming and moving and stuff, if possible.
Yeah, I do, but the magnetic gravitational fields screwed up my last phone. I've done through 5 stereos, 2 computers, and 3 iPhones. I just got this one last week.
Yeah.
I've been trying to tell Apple, dude, y'all need to do something because you're about to be screwed.
You need to plasma-proof their iPhones for the new generation. Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I notice my iPhone kicks out if I get too close to a plasma ball, for example, and it just short circuits it. It just kicks it right out. Bing, gone. So if you're trying to do one of these magnetical tests on the iPhone and you get too close to a really strong electrical field, it actually kicks out the iPhone sensor and the whole thing. It just goes blank. So yeah, you gotta watch that with your equipment, especially if it's expensive equipment. Like iPhones are pretty expensive unless you can get one free.
The stereos are really expensive, man. The computers.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I made Gans out of hard drive disk because I just wanted to test it, and then I made Gans out of an old motherboard And sure enough, man, holy crap.
Holy crap, what?
It's awesome. It works. Once the fields, I mean, anything within the field, it sucks it right out of it.
Okay. All right, does anyone else have something they would like to present here? Otherwise, I will go into a little presentation with some of the pictures from the last year. This will be the last, our last plasma reactor group of the year. I thought I'd show, I think there's almost a couple hundred pictures altogether from 2016.
Thank you so much.
Get that set up here, actually.
Really, yeah, thank you.
So is there nothing else, any other questions, comments, and otherwise? Are we all sort of satisfied with what we have for today? A lot of cool things
everybody
came
signed
out.
up for the newsletter. It's coming out January 1st. Got some exciting stuff to share in the newsletter. If
And
you're not signed up, sign up.
how do people sign up for that again, John?
If they go to Susie Keshe, AZ, at cox.net and send in your email, tell her where you're from, and she'll
We better get that. Let's get that email up because I'm sure people won't be able to.
Let me put it in the chat.
Okay. I'll put it on the screen.
Okay, there you got it. For some reason I went privately. Can you see that? Can everybody see that? No? Did it go private?
I'm not seeing it here.
How did I get this? Hold on. There we go, everyone. Okay. So send her your email address and where you're from, and she'll get that. She'll get you included in the newsletter.
Okay, I'll just get that up on the screen here in a second. Just want to make it bigger so people can see and make this smaller.
As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about the spaceship stuff. So we got some things to share within that newsletter too.
Oops. There we go. So people should be able to see that and send their emails in there to get into the newsletter. Cool. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Maybe we can find a way to get that up on a link on a website and make it easier for people. Alrighty, any other news or weather? Let me see here. Let's get that go.
Well, this one thing that I have came across with this. Let me just show you. Am I showing myself or my?
Showing yourself.
Oh no, I don't want to do that. So, is that the opposite side?
Yeah. Just a second. Let me get it set up here.
Okay. It's like 30 $35–40. This ceramic unit, it just spits out of the steam of whatever you put in. Well, I usually put in this bit, and plus CO2. It really does the trick. Steam, humidity level increases in your room really severely, like really nicely, and it flows into an area where it would wish. That's also nice to look at it for daydreaming, and but I'm not advertising the tool itself. Things like that, really nice. And one other thing, I end up putting my coconut on top of it. Something really strange happened. It always happens, and but it's hard to spot the indication. It moves slightly to be able to find its position. And I wish I have a slow camera to be able to really nice hard drive and all that. It moved towards the right side slightly. I don't know why, but what I indicated, I don't know if coconut contains CO2. Anything in CO2, any container which contains CO2, pure plasma, water, whatever, it moves, it flips, it if you have it done right in your own understanding, it really does move. Noticed that, and this one moved, and I thought maybe coconut contains some CO2 already in it because of its color and coconutty well, residue in it. I don't know, it's just fantasy, but why not? I just shared it. Thank you to let me.
Does your CO2 emitter there change the temperature or keep your temperature in your environment balanced?
I haven't understood the word. Sorry, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Your little CO2 emitter there, does it keep the temperature in your environment balanced? Not too cold, not too hot. Have you noticed?
Oh, I am. Well, I have experienced things like that, but not anything related to this item. But I do many experiments and I move on because I understand it. I don't want to keep it as a tool of it, but as an understanding and information of it. Yes, that the heat, I've experienced it after. I think a lady released a 2 pieces of nano-coated copper attached to ladies' windows and so on, and there were many previously. But yes, it maybe is to do with that. Whatever lady understood it, it has to do with the volume. And what I've gathered, according to that heating process, it's funny when I need to cough to be able to get the heat. I am instantly, if I cough, if I make myself cough 3 times, 4 times, whatever, not that the number it's not relevant, it has to do with you, and I get really, really warm, sweating from my forehead. Unbelievable. I don't know what is it to do with I'm not there yet, of course, but yeah, I'm trying every single thing that ahead of me, so that when I hear from Mr. John, I understand it eventually, or Mr. Keshe, or Mr. Rick, or honestly, everyone is just there. Yeah. That's just it, really. But it moved. I'm telling you, it definitely moved. I'm telling you, it's definitely moved towards the right side, and it found its own volume according to its volume and gathering in itself. I can't see what is going on in there, but it has found its position, and accordingly, I respect that. I really do, because I have noticed it many times and with many different experiences, and we need cameras to get like many pictures in a second, really, to do the slow motion thing. That would be really good. I would love that if it would be invested in towards the yeah, what do you guys think? Isn't that crazy? I mean, the craziness goes on towards, if I ever talk about my dreams, but who would believe that? What would be indicate, and how it would be understood towards this understanding? Have I conditioned myself so severely that all my dreams are coming to me that way? Or have I conditioned my dreams, my soul, so that everything I dreamt is really coming towards myself? These are the understanding, as I explained it. It can't be really talked about. There is no blueprint to it, and just as we talk about the feeling of it, it indicates the whole meaning of inside your heart. That's what we're after at the moment, and it's all one unified one thing, and it's apparently a living being, and yeah, talking hasn't ever happened. One thing has ever happened to me was that on my own, without any other effect on manipulation, and I have experienced many other things towards other people, but this was on my own, and it may be able to hear it within yourself, like block your nose and ears, and you hear your voice, and imagine that voice is as clear as your voice that you hear, as they were all unblocked. And I know one time anyway, that doesn't indicate anything. But I believe, thank you, John, thank you so much for giving me that courage and confident that I'm on the right way. Conditioning, being earth and all that is like, I really like it. That's where I am at the moment. To be able to show it. I mean, I showed myself millions of times. Not showing, but sharing is the most of the. That's my intention. Is the sharing, as we're doing. Thank you so much. Bye.
Mr. John. Mr. John.
Let me click off my movie. Yes.
Okay, you were speaking about balancing out of the temperature and the conditions.
Yes.
And my lab is like freezing. I can't get it to balance out. What do I need to do?
Well, I sure did like Alper's little mister there, where he's putting CO2 into the air, and I have a feeling that something like that will balance out the fields. David, who works with us in our lab, he had a mister where he put it in his car, and the temperature in the car stayed very balanced throughout his long ride from Mexico up to Arizona. So I think that Alper's on the right track with that little device. but you see what it, remember Mr. Keshe talked about spraying CO2 on the windows of your house to keep your temperatures inside the house balanced. Things like that might help. You have to experiment with them.
Also, you could think of the idea of nano paint. You could actually make nano and Gans materials embedded in a paint mixture and paint it onto your walls, either inside or outside or both in your home. And that thin layer, actually, there's paints available now that actually have nanomaterials put into them, and that thin layer of paint is able to increase the insulation of a home and give like 20 to 30% more insulation value and so on. It's incredible what can be done with the nanomaterials with that sort of thing. So we still have a lot of experimentation to do. In fact, I've got some gear and I'm going to play with that idea to make some of the black copper oxide as well as Gans, mix it together, and I've got a little thing that I can spray with a clear varnish to put it on as a coating and try different coatings and see if they work for better insulation, and also for to create that Faraday cage effect or a nano coating on the walls. You spray nano copper onto your walls, it's going to make definitely an effect as far as the fields go. So it could be interesting.
You know the game in the parks where you have a massive hammer that you have to hit on the ball, that however much the ball goes up and gives you the indication of how strong you are. Mm-hmm. And with our body, when it comes to adapt that, our stomach is exactly creates that pressure where we hit the wherever we hit to rise the ball, so that our spine has that containment where we can control our stomach in terms of with some pressure, and like a temperature where we indicate the temperature outside or inside, and we can bring the necessary component through our spine and towards our wherever it is necessary to go in our brain. And there are some exercises to help with it, other than doing or trying to create or trying to think about it all the time. There are exercises to help with the field or help with give us a strength to be able to do what we're trying to do, and unrelated any spiritual feeling, but just the power to give. We need to do some things, some sort of how can I indicate, like find your loop and do those in terms of meditation, or in a small loop, small time or period. I just say less than 20 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever that you need to feel content in terms of doing it. But controlling our abdomen, our stomach, and pumping it gradually, and it gives the spine this plasmatic energy. It's like a mercury that rises according to the heat. It goes on top where it needs to go. So we need to do some sort of exercise to be able to increase this effect in our body. Our body is our vessel. I was just about to say it, like our food, even what we eat, is rises our frequency. That has all been, I've passed all these informations that I'm accepting that we all know it. Like
high frequency vegetables that, or very exotic fruits or exist to be able to consume, to be able to increase our bodies and or level of anything that we would wish. And it's all parallel to what we do. And I'm telling you, there are no quick ways. There's all about discipline. There are many millions of disciplines. I just indicated one of them just by using our abdomen to be able to increase the plasmatic interaction, these potential difference in our body. That's just it. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the idea there. It's the plasmatic interactions, right, between fruits, vegetables, bodies, reactors, the fields we create for spaceship and so on, which I'd like to direct that because we have a question from Jay in the chat here. I have a question, Rick. It might seem stupid. I've been in the private classes for a year now, but I'm still not sure of what plasma is and don't have a really good explanation of what it is. I don't want to go into year 2 without a good explanation. What is plasma really? Is it the next level below an atom? Is it the electrons in the air? Is it magic? Is it just everything? In one of those Alex beads or plasma traps, what is it actually being trapped? Can anyone give me a good example or help me move on? Okay, so there's a little, let's focus on that for a few minutes and see if we can help.
Plasma, I can give a little example, is like a toothpaste where you put it on your toothbrush and you brush it and you try to clean your cavities and all that, but you still need your water to be able to get it all out of your system. And plasma, it just removes it. What is all about on you, and you need your own component to be able to get rid of it.
Okay.
Plasma, yes, is a living being. Simply to be able to get a handshake, you need a handshake.
Okay, plasma is a living being.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mario.
Okay. I think in the first or second kids workshop, Mr. Keshe said plasma is a fancy word for maggrav fields in a container. Simple as that.
Okay.
In a container.
He did have one of the acrylic balls, and he had the nano-coated spiral wires inside of the ball.
That's it.
I think that's what you mean, yeah. So the plasma fields create this ball-shaped structure, essentially. But he also broke that open. In fact, one fell, I think, to the desk and broke open. And he just went naturally into that. And sometimes they break open, and these plasma fields spread out and interact and so on.
That's exactly it, right? And he said that the key is to learn how to open the container, use the fields, and put them back in the container, which is interesting. And again, that comes back to the Faraday cage concept. The skin has to be, the container has to be a Faraday cage, plasma Faraday. It has to be able to contain the fields and protect it from outer whatever.
Okay, so that's a good hint there for Jay and others, is the kids' workshops, which I always found to be really clear and direct and a great way to absorb the information. And they're not long, they're mostly under half hour or an hour or whatever. And that's where, Mr. Keshe tries to clarify for children. And inevitably, since we didn't have very many children in the children's workshops, it was for the older children, or the child in us. And it helped a lot for me to understand some of the ideas like plasma and so on. So that's a good progression into that. So as far as answering the part, is it the next level below an atom, or is it the electrons in the air? Is it magic, or is it everything? It's kind of all of those things, depending on how far you break things down from their structures, right?
I think the key is here is us. We're the reactor of everything, and we can manifest everything, anything, from top to bottom, whatever we wish. It's just all about the conditioning and where we bring ourselves at that point so that we can manifest that understanding. I think we're the missing equation in the whole idea to be able to consider and understood. Honestly, that's what I think.
So go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thinking about that I keep thinking that each one of us has a frequency, and I can't understand why we're not talking to each other right now, and we're using phones.
Well, you can resonate that frequency, but it doesn't mean that you're at that feeling for that person, because for that person that resonation means totally something else. So that it's not about the frequency, is it? It's not.
It is. Each one of us has a frequency.
Yes, but I'm not talking about that frequency level. I mean, yeah, yes, okay. I'm not gonna argue with you, Zane. I love you, mate. Hey, bro, what's up, man? I love you. How you doing, man? Is everything good with your life and everything? I mean, other than this, this is just a whole understanding. But everything is everything. Therefore, I'd love to know everything, really. I mean,
Well,
I want
everything's
to talk about
everything, but we're
share
looking.
everything with you.
Alper. Everything is everything. But Jay wants Jay needs. He doesn't want. He actually needs a good explanation of what plasma is. And if you say everything is everything, then okay, that answers one of his questions. Is it just everything? Yes, it's just everything, I suppose. But if we say that it's just everything and leave it at that, then we never get any closer to what plasma is. I think you're right that we have to bring in our own selves into the definition in a way, because it's an interaction. The plasma is the result of interaction of fields, essentially, and that's what we are as well. So, and we're part of that interaction with the plasma. So, but what is plasma? We need to be able to define it a little better for Jay and give more examples and so on. So let's carry on.
Can I add one more thing about that? If a plasma is what Mr. Keshe said, a fancy word for maggrav fields actually spiraling in and out of a central core inside a container. But the whole universe is based on fractal geometry, which the Mandelbrot set shows very clearly. You can see these pictures. Everything is that. Everything is that. So an atom is that, electron is that, a proton is that, a molecule is that, an amino acid. When they come together, they create maggrav fields out of a central core in a container. So you have the same structure everywhere. No matter how far away you zoom out, you'll see a plasma. No matter how far you...
Mario, we lost the last good words you said there. Yeah, you zoom in and you zoom out, and then the last sentence.
You get the same structure again and again and again and again and again.
Right.
It's fractal geometry, right? So that's the basis of it.
Okay, really good point. So that helps explain why we can see plasma on so many different levels. And actually, most people tend to focus on one or the next closest level. But as humans, it seems like we're able to see plasma on so many different levels. Now we go right down into the micro. You can go if you want to research everything about the different parts of the atom, all the particles, subparticles, and subparticles, and so on, they keep going smaller and smaller. Or you can go big and get into the biggest telescopes and go into galactic and galaxies, and you're all about the galaxies and how they interact with plasma, and how we're told 99.98% of the universe is plasma, and it's actually an anomaly to be part of this matter level, way lower matter level place we find ourselves at here.
Rick, whenever you say that, I think it's something that you said a long time ago, man. You said that there's a molecule, and it's like there's this field pushing against it, but it wants to get to the center. It wants to get to the light. So it's just got the determination to get there. And to me, that's what plasma is. Plasma is nothing but pure determination and will.
That gets into a bit of a broader definition than maybe what Jay was bargaining for, but that's a good point. Yeah. So what other aspects, what other things can people bring up that might help explain what is plasma? Got any ideas, Guy? Anything you want to bring up?
Well, I don't know. It's personally...
Plasma's been a big part of your life, and you talk about it a lot. What would you tell Jay? Like, say you got 1 minute max or something, and you need to explain to him, he's got to go catch a train. He says, look, I really got to know about plasma before I catch this train to go to the Spaceship Institute, because going into year 2, I just got to know more about it. What can you impart to me in that minute that I have, counting now? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but, just
I don't know. I've been talking about that for a while. I've been, there's simple ways of bringing it, and of course, we can talk about the spiritual way of looking at it and the physical way of looking at it. And basically, what I studied was more like the physical way. My first explanation would be like plasma. I see it as a field of energy that is contained, that somehow, I don't know, we get those examples of people seeing plasma balls basically coming out of the ground after a lightning bolt or something. Mm-hmm. And appearing in rooms, and they said that they had the strange phenomenon of being able to control the plasma ball with their thinking. Mm-hmm. So and again, what is plasma? I remember one day I asked you actually about it, and you say it's ionized gas or it's a free electron that is released into an ionized gas, or is it?
Well, we talked about the ordinary term of plasma, which is ionized gases. Yeah, not just electrons, but the ions and electrons will all be ionized. They'll be in their ion form, the charge on them. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
and
so true. You can even smell it.
There's many different ways of looking at this. I look at it at the space Hubble, the Hubble telescope, where we can see those beautiful clouds. And to me, you see all these different colors, which are different gases interacting.
Okay, so that's the big sort of macro picture.
The macro picture.
What about on the micro picture? Like, what about?
I would see basically around a cell, there's a bit of an energetic sheath around the cells itself. Okay. Around a body like ours, like we're Faraday cage, but we got our own aura, or whatever people term it.
Plasma field.
Which in my concept, they're all plasma. So, but they're all different scales of it.
Scales. That's a good point. It's not just frequency. It's different scales of plasma.
Yeah.
Because frequency is all sort of within the scale, right? if you have a whole different scale, you're not talking about just a change of frequency. In music, a different scale, it would be just a change of frequency, basically. But when you talk about scale in terms of bigness or
almost like our harmonics, eh? Like from the lowest to the highest. Basically, we're looking at the spectrum. There's a
there's that fractal thing again,
and a fractality in it. Yeah,
there's still a bigger and smaller in spite of the repetition, and it's not always the exact same pattern that gets repetitious. It's the bigger picture that's important, sort of.
And then maybe more poetically speaking, I see it. I was trying to think about a good expression, maybe, but maybe it's God's blood.
God's blood.
It's what connects everything and is subtle and is. I don't know. I remember one day they asked Tesla, "What is electricity?" And Tesla couldn't answer to that question. Ultimately, we may study all its effects and what it does and what it doesn't do, but it's very hard to pinpoint at what it is exactly.
Right.
Maybe we can discard what it is not and find, come to, the fourth state of matter or the fourth state of existence. Would be a liquid or physical matter,
solid matter,
solid, liquid, and gaseous. And plasma would be the fourth one. The way I see it is like the interconnecting or the primordial soup, almost like. And then it decides which, depending of density and mass, just creates different layers, or heavier it is, more it seems to pack itself. I remember I've seen some years ago. I've seen pictures from the Kepler telescope, and they were showing a pinch in the plasma clouds, and out of it came. I mean, they said in a day. As much as 30 stars were born this way. It creates little suns, which we call plasma balls. I don't know, I am explaining this. I don't know if you guys are interested. But
have to catch
that's more than my minute.
Train. There goes Jay.
But I know that it's all interlinked.
That was good though. You covered a lot of angles just in that couple of minutes that they gave you there. But carry on, because Jay might catch the next train.
Yeah, I mean, to me it's I got to visually see it, and then I connect to it, and there's something living about it that connects back to me. There's
so
a whole...
at any of these levels, then there is a connection somehow. Like for example, we look out at the stars and we have a connection, and we look down at an anthill. We can have a connection there. We can look in a microscope and see some pretty incredible stuff going on, or look at nanomaterials and have a connection there. Feel the Gans and have a connection. So all these different levels are just ways of connecting with the plasma on these different levels and different scales, I guess.
Maybe plasma connecting everything, actually.
Yeah, right. I say we, levels. But it's up to plasma more than us, in a sense.
And there was a beautiful phenomenon too, that from that Kepler satellite, the telescope, when these stars were coming out of the molecular cloud, they kind of focus more on one baby sun, and actually they discovered how water was created. And I don't know if you guys ever heard about that. You can find articles about that, but when they focus on the sun, they discovered that those little plasma balls, right coming out, been born, the very first thing that happened to them was that from their north and south pole came out oceans, like fountains of water. So these little plasma balls that just got born ejected around themselves water. And I was thinking right away about Oasis system. That how do you create water? Really, it's we're based on 80% or 75% water. Where does water come from? It's actually the birth of our own star, and we're a part of it. That thing never destroyed itself. It just kind of, I don't know. It's, to me, plasma is the most mind-blowing thing I discovered over the years. It's hard to describe, but you got all these little stories, and usually my thinking is that if you can explain it to a 5 years old and get his eyes big like that, you're getting close to explain it, slowly, to make sense anyway, to make sense of it.
Good point.
And then there's so many things about it, but I'm like you guys. I'm discovering about it. It's my
Cool.
bit of it.
Thank you, Guy. Nice
Awesome.
explanation. Yeah, lovely.
Can I make a point about something that Guy was just saying there?
Absolutely.
Where they saw the stars coming out. Isn't that the exact same process as a CO2 kit? If you think about it, right? CO2 kit is making little suns.
Right, yeah.
Picking out of where the in is, so you're pinching, you're creating a circuit, and the fields are going in and out. They balance, shoot out the Gans.
Yeah.
It's the remainder of the field.
So in just that thought, okay, in the process of us making our Gans and all our intentions and the attention that we give to our Gans, they're doing nothing more than absorbing and learning.
Yes, that's right. Even when you're looking at it, it's even more powerful when you're staring at it. It changes its forms. You even attach it, touch it, transform it, and load your intentions into it. It is the same thing with everything. Like you hold your phone or your device in your hand, you can direct it towards that, and that would show it's like embedding your intention into a device or anything. Anything is possible, really, honestly. I mean, I wish I could say go to thrift store, buy loads of cameras, one of those old second-hand cameras, and take photos of your devices with those, all the old intentions, all that embedded in the structure of the material. It's mostly CH3, and the structure itself, I mean the atomic, well, you see it, just try it. And what I see, the blue light is kind of like that kind of machine, and it somehow it works and shows a direct light. I have taken photos many times. All those blue lights were not on, and in different forms, in my palm, in everywhere, and I don't control it. I'm not manifesting it. I'm nothing to it. It's just, I can say all I could say all those times, one thing, it's alive. That's all I can say, and I'm not controlling it. Perhaps everything is being done by the indication of its intelligence that has been through me. Maybe all the informations I've talked since today was not actually me. And how can you just look at my photos and just like think about me if I've said all those things consciously? And many things through you, with you, however much you let it, like however much we think love means to you, it is equal to that. Honestly, I mean, it's just, this is the best program I'm joining. I love sharing it. Really, no joke, no lies, no nothing. It's just all from the heart. but from the heart and soul, and just all yours. I've said it. Let me be the tool. I mean, it is honestly being the tool is the best. Because you experience everything, you let yourself open yourself, you bring out your horse glasses, that's what we call, and like you don't want them to see any other things going on other than the direction what they see, so that they wouldn't scare. And I've gotten rid of them many times ago, but that's just a joke, of course. I'm not symbolizing anything. I say it from honest, in the direct explanation, nothing manipulated or just it is what it is, really. And just buy photo cameras, just really do it and try taking photos. But before that, I mean, not to worry. Worry doesn't work within the heart when you're doing something. Just like focusing it on totally something else in terms of within the subject, of course, like you're taking your photos of the flowers, don't think how pixelated you're going to take, and just think about the clouds in the background, how they're going to appear or how they mean to you. It's totally something else, isn't it? It's just like, then when it works, it is difficult to do it. Perhaps all the meditations that has been told and said was this way. I mean, doing one thing but not really thinking that thing, and just that, like being somewhere else related to that. Oh man, I don't know how to really. Every week I talk, and then the next day I think, my goodness, I'm so sorry. And I tell it to myself that, why did you do that? Like stupid, like not to discriminate anything, but I feel embarrassed and feel like, what is going on? Did I say that? Why did I say that? And
yeah, but look how much you grew from it. I do the same thing, Alper. It's cool.
Well, let me make a point of the only point that I can make in this life, in this program. Let me do that, and without this program, this pointed time, let me achieve that. And for all of us, perhaps it's like as if I'm in this program all the time, and in with you all the time when I'm doing my things on my own, as if I'm doing it with you, or as I'm doing it, I'm telling you how I'm doing it. And similar thing, it's projection, the point, but that works. I'm telling, yeah, this projection thing is good. I shouldn't talk more than that. That just sounds ridiculous the next day to me.
Okay,
So.
Speaking of pictures and projections, I think I'm going to move into the little slideshow that I've got here now. And I'm just going to punch through, and I mean, people can comment if they want, but I don't want to like hang up on different pictures so much. I just want to give more of an emotional impression of the pictures, rather than trying to figure it all out in our brains, or try to know all the ins and outs about it, or who did it, and all that sort of thing. Some of the pictures I don't even remember who did these particular things, other than this one, which I know that I did. So we'll see. So let me just skim through, and if some... Sorry. Thank you, Guy, for the background vocals. Let me just skip through, and if anybody has a comment, they can say something, and it might help break up some of the... I might even put a couple of comments in as we go here, but I just want to skip through relatively quickly and kind of get the show wrapped up fairly soon here. So it'll take 10 or 15 minutes probably to go through. So this starting off with a little reactor picture, and they're kind of random. I don't think they're in particular order, but it's just impressions from the plasma reactor group for 2016. So let's buzz through here. These are, of course, the MagGrab blueprint teachings that came out in 2016. Let's carry on here.
Yeah, I remember that. Perfect. So good. Beauty. Just goosebumps. There's no sound, is there?
No, we are the soundtrack here, so maybe I better start saying something, otherwise it's a bit too quiet. But
Yeah.
just go ahead and make a comment if you want to. But it's more of the emotional
Two
impression.
pictures past this one, before this one, that one was awesome. But
Every picture is dedicated to a moment where we discussed.
Yeah, right there.
We've spent really time on it, and it's just like, oh my God.
Yes, that right
That
there.
one? What do you?
That's the whole kit and caboodle.
I'm gonna make a picture of that. Many pictures here should be put on the walls. Honestly. Yeah, this is this.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Oh yes, sir. This is my first year, so I'm very emotional.
Yeah, me too.
That's so funny, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
Oh man, honestly, like I just can't express it. These photos are they mean so much because every photo means every winding that I've done, gravitational or magnetical, like doesn't matter, with my hands. And I've learned too much from this guy. Too much. I don't know how to give back. This is the honest thing that I can say for once. I don't know how to give back.
Give back by teaching. That's the best thing that you can do. Pass on what you know to others so that they can experience it too, in their own way, I think. Armin does that so well too. Nice to see him there.
Honestly, that's the only way. Giving for the sake of giving is just a way of express yourself. It's just giving. Just give. I mean, it's hard to feel that you're there to give. That you think you're there, you can give. Oh my God! Look at the. It's so beautiful. This is history. This photo is a history. That's all I can say.
Yeah, we've done a lot of work since then.
Amazing. Amazing. Meeting with the intelligence.
Stefan's capacitor.
Yes, it's in a very nice design. It's perfect design. Yeah. Going back is the key. All the time. Whatever you learn, you just immediately go back and oh yes, these things are undescribable feelings. It's like, as I've described it, as all you have to do is remember it, if you can remember the feelings of it. This is, oh, thank you. It feels like, yeah, that gave me so much inspiration, this photo, just as itself. Brother, yes, you are, brother.
Hey.
Yes.
That's great.
Of course. Well, beauty.
And who follows this one?
It's
Alper. That's
well, months and months ago, I tried the steam into these donut shaped structure because I knew that it was a donut. And
Alper, did you do that? Did you do that to see what you can't see, or did you because of the different fields, or did you do that out of? Because it was around that time that Mr. Keshe was speaking about that.
There is absolutely no privilege to me. All the information I have gotten from the videos from the Keshe Foundation and indicating the fields, yes. Oh, Rick.
This is the famous.
That's the trigger of it.
This is the Gans gun, CO2 Gans gun, and it blows bubbles.
No, but that's a serious thing. That's the thing. That's really serious. what it produces and what it.
It's for the armies of the future. It's the armies of the future will only spread peace, and that's through bubble guns. Hey, it could work. Imagine carpet bombing a battlefield with CO2 bubbles. And everybody's got bubbles all around. How could you shoot a gun at someone else when there's just bubbles all around and everybody's having great fun playing in all these bubbles?
Poking them.
And they actually make them feel better as they break. As the bubbles break, the CO2 Gans plasma they breathe it, and all of a sudden people are feeling better, and they don't feel like going off and shooting someone other than maybe with a bubble gun.
Absolutely.
So maybe we'll all be turning each other on with these bubble guns, and it'll be a new way of maybe instead of tasers, they'll have bubble guns in the future, and you just bubble gun somebody, and they start giggling and fall down on the ground and they're just totally incapacitated because they're laughing and having such a good time.
Oh, you need a few piece bubble.
That's a true.
I'll give you a piece of my mind. Give them a peace bubble.
No, but this is achievable, true concept.
Yeah, I think it could be done.
We're talking about right now. With that
Look at that. Look at those.
Yeah. There they are. It's starting to take over the whole world already. Look at that.
They all little reactors.
That's so good. Magic.
Well, me and Stefan discussed this for a long time right there.
Oh my God. This actually works so well. I put it away, but this was the one of the, I moved on towards it, but feeling of the field is actually there. You can sample it. That's why I have been indicating why sampling is so important. If you make it, if it flies, or whatever, you fly with it, or whatever you soul fly with it. But if that doesn't happen, whatever the outcome of it, you need to sample it so that you eliminate it. You either do it or you don't do it. Okay, that's one of those experiments to eliminate. I remember that too. That's amazing.
Oh.
Amazing.
God, man, it's been a year. It has not been a year, man.
Explain it, bro. Of course. If that smiling face disappears, I would be really, really sad. It's just, I love him so much.
Yeah, we like Early. He's always got a smile and something fun he's working with, and he's so good with his hands too, and so creative.
Very great. No comment.
Yeah. Bubble gun.
Not sure how that one got in there.
See if it works.
Well, that's the whole thing. See, it's working. It's working.
But there is such a thing as no comment. Of course, there is comment. You're a wonderful host, wonderful dictator.
Yes, great. Awesome.
I heard your increased voice twice, and including today. My tail was up where it was before. I've never seen it before. I love you, and I'm just so enjoying it. Thank you so much for your information and all the inspiration.
Thank you all for being here.
Badass, dude. I swear if it wasn't for you, man. Oh, man. I'd have done lost my mind.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Oh, connections, perfect, beautiful structures, just undescribable. Such a beautiful mind, such a beautiful touch. All of that has to be said something. I'm not capable of saying everything that they deserve, but I can't stop myself. I'm so sorry about that. When I see it, I just
Rick, what was that, bro?
No, I'm not going to talk about it.
I was basically just a bell jar and a couple of other polycarbonate parts that I was tentatively putting together, because you never know, some of these things really like to be with each other and really want to be reactors, and sometimes they get created and sometimes they get left in the corner for the next couple of years. So
right.
I'm trying to keep recreating things rather than let them sit and get dust on them, and either put them away or use them to make them into something that looks or works effectively, one way or the other. So I mean, it's just an experiment. A lot of it is visual, just putting together something that looks like it might work or feels like it might work. And then we go from there and try to figure out some theory to make it, figure out the wiring after that.
Well, Mark worked his ass off this year.
He did. He's very productive.
Man.
That's a nice picture.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Again, this was another playing around with, there's different Gans balls inside, and I was going to put the coils around inside. These are upside down drink glasses, as you can see the one on the right there. And you can actually get these in polycarbonate. It would be a polycarbonate structure that way.
Beautiful.
The Tesla football coil. Yes. Although they didn't know about football when Tesla was around, so I don't know why they call it the Tesla football coil. There's our friend Shandor. He loves to teach.
Beautiful.
Awesome. This is such a great technology, man. I can't see how anybody would not want to teach.
That's so true. I'm agree with that. It's honestly, it's just direct and beautiful. It's just like you can see everything. Look at. I remember this.
Rick, were you trying to create static in there?
It's just moment, yeah.
Not in this one, I don't think. No, this is a lab flask inside of a plastic drink cup. Right. And the lab flask actually has a special thing, a special cork thing in the top that allows a tube to go through, so you can actually vacuum it out and still have a tube inside and rotate it at the same time and so on. But I never got that particular setup hooked up properly at this point, but it's always in the back burner. You never know when it could suddenly rear its head.
Oh, you're right. You're right, man. I never let go of anything because everything has got a use.
Yep, and sometimes it comes around again, basically, on the...
My wife gets on me and she always tells me, you never use anything for what its purpose.
Yeah, right. Well, that's part of what we do. This is a classic example of repurposing.
Yep. Awesome. Well, hope he's doing all right.
Well, it's beautiful contraption. It's just.
Oh.
He's a master of the PVC. Very organized. I love this. That was very confusing, but in the end made sense.
Man, that thing blew me away. I was like just so dumbfounded. I'm serious. And then I couldn't believe I couldn't believe that everyone kept getting the same type of compressor instead of getting a smaller one. It didn't. I couldn't understand it, but that thing just was miraculous. Those did a great job.
I love seeing these. It's like I had to see these. Yes, you too. Oh, what is that? Rick,
that's actually a heater blower motor from an automobile used for the heater system, and they make really powerful, good motors.
Radiators.
Run on 12 volt. This isn't for radiator. This is for the blower for inside for your heat control inside.
Part of the component, yes.
But one's for fans for the radiators. Also work really good. They're quite powerful.
Oh man.
All 12 volt stuff as well.
Okay, thank you. This was oh, so precise, so neat. Amazing. Just priceless. What a year!
There we go.
Oh, I can't believe it. Zane, you're ill. What is that? What is going on there?
And that's the V2 feeding itself. It's hungry.
What a work. What a patience. This is all about not work, but just being patient, I think. I mean, it's just being patient. We're here.
Yes.
And what I see here is just amazing. And I mean, I won't do anything. Well, who am I?
It's hanging on the ceiling now.
Yeah. Oh.
I love you, Rick. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's, brother.
Oh, this is good. That one's good. Oh. But yes, this is like a story. Has to be told.
And we start the Keshe was here. Mr. Keshe.
Yeah.
You know, there's one thing that I still haven't understood, and that's XYZ. I went back in the teachings and I tried to find it, but man, it's so difficult. I know it was back in the blueprinting teachings.
Oh, it's a beautiful photo. Yeah, go ahead.
just X, Y, and Z, what they mean, you know?
Well, X, Y, and Z, what that means in your understanding
without
plasma understanding. What does that mean? It's like coordination, coordinates, X, Y, Z, or what is that?
Vectors.
Yeah.
Vectors.
Well, if you look at it like in terms of the table in front of you, then X would go from your left hand to your right hand, and Y would go from your left hand going straight up the desk, you might, or straight
forward
on the same level as the desk. So then you have a X and Y axis, and then Z would come up from the desk straight up. That would be the Z axis.
Nice.
Z gives it 3 dimensions. Otherwise, it's a flat plane of X and Y. It's part of the idea. In essence. Oops, missed one there. Good old Shandor's always teaching. Thank you, Shandor. Blessings to you.
Perfect.
This is the everlasting metal battery.
Battery, yeah.
That was just like out of this world. It's hard to digest all this, you know. Every photo is just like from another timeline.
That's right.
It's like another technology. It's being presented every photo.
That's
what
right.
What we're talking about, like
each of them have their emotional things that we have with them too, because we each feels. I have a memory of each of these events, like in a way, and it's tied into an emotional thing. It's not just a knowledge sort of data that's stashed away in my mental centrum.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't imagine anybody. You're the one that there is the gate. That's how I see it. Honestly, a perfect. It's a comfort when I think about you. I can be in the understanding of the Keshe Foundation. It's through somehow your understand, your inspiration. When I talked about the inspiration, is not like you done something and I'm infected by it and I have to do that. It's not. It's deeper than that. It's something where it needs to be understood. Like representing the whole idea beautifully in a harmony. And what was that? What'd you say?
Said like static out the top of your head kind of thing.
Yeah, man, that's just what it is. You know me more than me.
No, I don't.
All right, well, should talk more then. Oh my goodness.
Hopefully he didn't stick a bunch of aluminum in those balls and then pack that car mag grab together, man. The last one that he put together, that kind of scared me.
This guy should be selling magravs or something. He looks like a TV salesman here, ready to get your magravs here. Or you got a limited supply. You can line up and get your put your orders in. Get your credit card ready, and all that. How about it, Lee? I think you could be a good one that way.
I'm gonna ask something where it hasn't been told here before. but many people I follow, they talk about these dinar, where they collected previously, where the country previously invaded, and now that it's going to be turn into another country again. So their collected money is going to mean something to them, and everyone's going to talking about money. And do you know anything about that? Any sort of dinar, or in terms of this is part of supposed to be the enlightenment?
Yes. Hey, just because you said that, can I tell you all something that happened to me tonight?
Oh, I'm seeing amazing coil and Tesla coil here, and it's beautiful. I've never seen that before. That's really good. That's why I want to do it. That was my plan recently, and I am seeing it right in front of me right now. Just like so beautiful. What would be the top of it? I wonder. What kind of material is that?
This is actually, you can buy these coils off the internet for crystal radios. There's a guy that makes them. It's got a little slider, so when you turn the knob, this screw turns and the slider moves up and down on the coil and breaks it basically, so that you can tune the coil with this slider. And it's only the bare wire along where the slider is. The rest of it is covered wire. I just stuck the Gans ball on top as a sort of a load for it. I was trying different balls and trying different loads to see if I get a different response in the circuit. That was the idea. Sort of a Gans tester.
I see. Have you tried one of those? Like, I've seen one of those videos on YouTube where the lifter was being lifted by the high frequency diverted electricity, but they made a difference, and they sort of levitated. Have you seen one of those?
I'm not sure what you mean. I'd have to see the reference, I guess. I've seen some of the lifter things.
If you look at lifter, you'll see a construction. It's like a three corners and the aluminum foil.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them before. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Let's carry on here with this for now.
Absolutely.
Just want to get through some lovely images. Beautiful.
The resonator.
So good. Oh, I've never seen that one.
Oh man, that dude did some marvelous work. He's probably flying right now.
I think he was cloud busting and around this time with these units, changing
Amazing.
the weather.
I've never seen those. Amazing. Well, you'd be surprised that if they would find that plasma. Oh wow.
Yeah, I made 2 of those. I've got them sitting here right in between my reactors. oscillators.
That looks pretty weird.
We're like tight in tight container, can't move.
That was the battery
like
box for the everlasting battery.
Prison there.
Part of the everlasting. That was part of the everlasting battery presentation.
Perhaps for the car.
Yeah, I remember.
No, it's for. It's out in the field for a fence. It produces pulses for electric fence. It's a solar operated battery, but
very solid then. Very tight.
It works a lot better with the Gans and so on. That was the point.
Upside down.
Let's make your brain work harder.
Gee, I love you, bruh.
I remember that, yeah, through you, I think. Yeah. This is just far too amazing.
You know, that's something that we all resonate. It's, you know, we were talking about that earlier. That's what resonating between us is basically the subject and our passion, what gets us here now.
Absolutely.
You know, the thing that I'm more worried about is the transition, because it hasn't been discussed very much, and there needs to be an understanding about it.
Oh, lovely. Such a beautiful photo. So beautiful.
There's a simple joy in there.
I see.
Whoa.
Mark's going crazy.
Most fantastic.
Yeah.
Whoever come up with that, we don't know. We don't even know the name of who came up with this design first.
There was a guy named Walter something, I think, or man.
That's an amazing construction.
Man, I can tell you, if I didn't lose 2 phones since then.
Or wait, who was the one in the previous photo?
Or something.
This is one. Yes, this one. This is magical. I don't understand this. With all my understanding, this is beyond me. Who is this?
That's my stuff, Alper. That's the box down at the bottom is the little crystal radio that I have. The quantum crystal radio, and then there's a coil, and there's another crystal radio circuit on the board here. And I'm holding a crystal radio sensor that I plug into my computer with the audio, and we can hear fields through it. That was the whole idea there.
I see a huge construction here, and it's never been talked about at all. I don't remember this is being even mentioned.
No, I went through 1 or 2 workshops with that stuff. Yep. I had maybe 3 or 4 shows in a row with the sensors and this circuit and that kind of thing. So that would have been a few months ago.
6 months ago?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. 5 or 6 months probably.
You just happened to miss it.
No, man, I remember the first time that you had that pitch going. Holy shit, I thought I was gonna die. I was like, oh my.
This is some of the software and that's used with that rig.
Yeah, the Tesla radio.
Let me ask y'all a question. Whenever you are who you are, because of the way that you were brought up or whatever, okay, how can you correct your actions where others don't anticipate it as being something other than what it is?
Yeah, I don't understand.
No, you don't.
Not quite understand. Are you trying to correct your actions for others so that others?
No, for me, I'm trying to correct my actions, man.
Well, then first step is to recognize that there's something that needs to be changed or corrected, right? That we have, usually it's a habit that we have, some little thing that we do that either annoys others and they bring it to our attention, and gee, I didn't know I was that way, and we start to think, maybe I am that way, and holy cow, what does that mean? Well, there's ways you can change. A teacher I know says you can't stop a habit. In other words, you can't just stop it, but you can substitute a habit for a less harmful habit. So you deliberately instill a different habit to replace the habit that we have that might be sort of self-destructive or hurting others or whatever it is that we want to replace, and find out another one. Allow yourself to have some ice cream or whatever it is to sort of replace one habit with something a little less destructive is the idea. That's one hint to be able to deal with that.
Okay, but yeah, okay.
Otherwise, just watch the pictures. It'll all work out. It'll all work out, believe me.
Yeah. Dude's got a big ass hand.
It's all, everything's at hand.
This was a revelation when I first saw this.
It's beautiful,
this was amazing.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Very, very interesting, because I tried to create this with the guitar strings, because guitar strings has it's like it's a coil, and undo it, and I've done it. I managed it, but the measure of this, it hasn't been achieved. I don't know who has done it, and it's beautiful.
That's the thing there. That's the one.
Another sensor, actually, and this is called the iRig, and that plugs into the computer, and that's like a little preamp, basically, that helps the signal from the sensor here, the ball sensor, which has wiring and nano-coated wires inside, and so on.
Oh, hey, Rick, what was the whole gist of that? What from the backing behind it? Seriously.
Detecting the field, actually. I think
detecting fields. That's
detecting fields
with sound.
Yeah, and this one, it's easy. It's like a little magic wand. It's easy to poke around into places, and you don't have to handle the wire itself and so on. You handle this other thing that's sort of insulated, and you can plug different things into it, of course. But this one is just another type of field sensor. I tried different ones. Some of them had crystal germanium diodes, like in crystal radios, attached to them.
Yeah.
And some of them had coils, and some of them are just sort of sensors and so on. It's different. Some of them had Gans balls that were actually attached on the end. And it's just trying to get different signals, and each one had a different range of signals that it would pick up, a different audio signature, basically. Okay, carry on here.
I remember that one you put on. Holy mackerel, man. I was hearing all kind of things. I was like, I must be tripping.
There's another little Gans ball that plugs into the computer. This is what I call the world's first electric ping pong ball. I've made a ping pong ball into a sensor, actually.
The sensor ball.
One of my milestones of 2016.
Yeah, beautiful picture. I understand it. That's just that I know. Perfect. And I even know this. It can be filled with everything. I don't know that. Oh my God. Who is this?
That would be Lee, no?
And that's Lee's stuff.
Seriously, I've never seen anything like it.
It's whenever he's getting into them car units.
I think this was Denny here.
Oh yeah, that was then. I'm sorry.
No, before it was, I think you're right on the previous one.
Oh.
This is not. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Halloween.
Look.
That just sums up all that.
It does.
Look at that.
Maybe I should.
There's a resemblance.
Yeah.
Super beautiful.
Yeah, I'll put it on now because I don't want to interfere with this.
That's a funny one.
Looks like some kind of serious compression machine.
The vacuum machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff in the background there. It's kind of interesting.
I know, but every time that you would, every show, whenever I'd sit down and I'd start watching, I would look at every single thing that was behind you and around you.
Yeah, I figured.
As hard as I could. I'm serious.
Yeah, there's probably a few agencies that are doing that too. And let them wonder.
It's
I think
just
this was
man. I'm no agency.
This was Lee again. Lee was doing some tests on what happens when you pour the epoxy into the coils and so on, whether it creates air pockets.
You know that, man. I'm not even gonna go there. Fuck it.
Triple plasma balls. Yeah.
Excellent. I was dreaming about that. Sorry, you moved on. This is even perfect because it's contained.
Man, them polycarbonate boxes are like extremely rare, believe it or not.
You bet. I had to build it.
I have several of them, and I couldn't believe I had them. And when you mentioned it, I was like, "What? Thank God."
Wait. Oh, I see.
This is Patrick, I believe.
Pat, that's Pat.
Oh, that's a good printout. I like it.
Man.
Me and my nano-coated pot. I've since then really done it in and have a nice complete black coating on the bottom now.
Really?
Yeah, it's easy to do when you try to boil frozen mango, and the water evaporates and you forget about the pot until it's done just about right when the smoke alarm goes on, and that lets you know that your pot is sufficiently nano-coated with carbon, and will be such a nano coating that you probably will never get it off. I know I won't.
It's caramelized.
Yeah, it's beyond caramelized, and once you go beyond caramelized, it becomes it's a form of nano coating actually, but it is a carbon embedded carbon nano coating. Graphene, yep. Lee and his healing structure. It's one of my favorite shots of the year. Looks almost medieval.
Yeah, it does. Very much so.
It looks effective though.
Yeah.
As most of the medieval torture things did. They look pretty effective too.
Yeah.
See the
When I met
difference
my
here.
wife, she scared me with that kind of stuff. Just kidding. That's the same lady that did the
An everlasting battery.
Yeah.
Francie.
I was on the battery pole.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is, man. It's the whole link. Only thing it needs is a V2 on right in the center. Bang. Aiming.
I think this is supposed to go in the center.
That's Justin's right there.
Very nice construction.
Yeah, you did a good job, man.
Very precise.
Yeah. My dogs are going nuts, man. Where there's people all around my place, and this is ridiculous. It's driving me crazy. I have such weight on my chest. It's frustrating.
Maybe.
That's it?
Not necessarily. Maybe. Not necessarily. I'm telling you. Are you going to be in the center? Are you going to be part of it?
I am.
Well, how are you going to feel?
As we all are.
No, dear. There's one idea. Okay, you've done this
You know,
in any scale that you wish to.
God.
But then,
I love this dude, man. I'm serious. I love this dude. This dude, Justin, is a really good dude, man.
Yeah, it's pretty busy down in Standing Rock about this time, I think.
There he is. Hey!
Takes
It's
a
not
lot
too
of
far from you right now.
takes a lot of guts to start a space platform in your garage.
No, not mine. That he's in like I think that was in Detroit.
Yeah.
Over there by Mark.
Speaking of which,
He left there. He's over here by me in Georgia. But I mean, I'm in Florida. He's about 7 hours away from me. In a four-wheeler.
this is great. This is really is just like another dimension where it's a creation where you can think of something, but you come up with something else.
it was a beautiful idea. It was a surprise. Well, I would like to thank you for that. The creator knows himself, I guess.
How did that work out right there with those two balloons? Were those balloons that were filled with Gans?
No, they're actually ping pong balls. It's just the distortion of the globe makes them look different.
I got you. Yeah.
And two of them have different configurations that they end up doing inside the globe. Sometimes they'll be one on top of the other. Sometimes both of them will sort of chase each other around the outer circumference. But sometimes if you get it just right, you can get them both to be centered right above each other in the middle of the globe, and that's really amazing. It's hard to do. It doesn't always go that way. You kind of have to restart and try it a couple of times.
Oh, there it is. That was the beginning. That was the beginning of that magnetic wind that cranked up that tank.
Okay.
Beauty. So beautiful. Whatever is that. When I see things like that, when they're not nano-coated, I don't know. And it's structured and they're ready. But why aren't they nano-coated? I wonder.
I do the same thing.
Maybe.
I got a 500-foot spool of wire, 14 gauge. It's coated, and I shoved one in a Coke bottle and filled it, put a little caustic in it and a little water. Put the cap on it really super tight, and just want to see how it's been that way for about 2 weeks now, but just want to see how long it's going to take to get to the other end of it. Beep, 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 beep.
Excellent photo. I think this is really the key. Something to be able to adjust the volume of.
I can't believe you found them globes like that, man. That is just crazy.
They're actually pretty good globes at a decent price, so I'm looking forward to experimenting with them more with my lathe here, get them spinning consistently and be able to stick this needle in while it's rotating on its side is the whole key. Yep.
Why is it going to be on its side, Rick? That was one
because
thing
when it's in this configuration, the bubble tends to go to the top. Yes. And I don't want the bubble to go to the top. I want the bubble to be in the exact center of the sphere. And the only way I can do that is to rotate it on, put it on its side, and then I can control the bubbles very exactly in micro bubbles that you can barely even see. I need a microscope just to see the bubble that I want to control. That's my idea. And I noticed sideways you can do it, but on the top it just gravity tends to make for buoyancy.
What is it about that bubble?
Well, what is it about the bubble?
Yeah.
That's special? Well, if you have the right size bubble, then if you can oscillate it, like we were mentioning earlier, then you can actually start to create a fusion process that goes on.
Yep.
Create actually millions of degrees temperature in a reactor like this and the core, but yet it won't heat up. So that's what I want to do, is create a star in a sphere.
Star in a bubble.
Yep. Starting to bubble. This Lee laughing again with his weed whacker motors. He uses battery-powered weed whacker motors. He's got 2 of them here for a gold creation experiment.
I wish you would have stuck to that.
Here's one of the sideways experiments of the wave.
Mark going crazy, boy. Loving it, loving it.
I mean, this is perfect.
He's loving it.
Like
loving it, bro. That's
this
pure
is
love
this
right
is
there.
us. This is us. That's what it represents.
Yep.
All the colors, all the windings. This what depends on how you look at it, but this is us. Thank you for making it, man. This is brilliant. Up to its.
It can't be that cold.
Well, you'd be surprised. This is why I like it sideways, because lots more action occurs. These are the bubbles inside.
Yeah, that's why it's so impressive sideways. To be able to move it in a way that you wish it really is amazing.
Yeah,
the thing whenever you started doing that, Rick, and then you were rotating the box a little bit and getting a wave inside of it, the only thing I kept thinking about was the frequency, man. I kept thinking about the changes of the frequency as it was just going through the end of it.
Yeah, that's right. There's a ping pong ball. It's 15,000 RPM. I couldn't get it up to 30 because it's just it takes too much out of the Dremel tool. It should be able to get up to 35,000 RPM, but it couldn't with the load on it. Maybe I'm going to have a little model airplane motor that'll go up to 70 or 80,000 RPM, so I'll be able to do some more thorough testing of the ping pong ball, which I think we should be able to get 30 to 40.
What if?
Yes.
What if we made a sphere reactor, okay, with an inner core just like the Earth, okay, and we put a little bit of neodymium in the inner core and the inner core of the outer core, which would create that's already going to be magnetic, and just spin it really fast.
Not sure. We'll have to try that and see what happens. There's so many experiments to try. It's just not enough lifetimes is the problem.
Today is going to be a good day. Today is going to be a great day. Today is going to be the first day of my life.
The first day of the best of your life, I call it.
Yeah.
Is that it? I think that might be the end of it. Let me see. I think that's just about the end. I think I've got one or two others I wanted to show here, which
I think the Spanish person, the Caesar, his name. I can't really remember it, and he sent me a couple of messages that he says that he has made this. Oh, a beautiful photo. I'm sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Nice pick, man.
Good,
Oh,
and
so
that means
beautiful.
It must have been an awesome visit, Rick.
it was really great to go up island here, just a couple hours drive basically, and meet up with all these wonderful people, and Carrie and Whitney that were doing the Cross America tour actually, and I got them to come to Vancouver Island and do their presentation, and it was just wonderful. And they met up with other women here, and they helped some local people that needed help, and got a bunch of things going. And they had 7 drills at this workshop, and most of them are going most of the time. It was quite amazing. There's only 16 people, but 7 drills. It was pretty funny. And yep, they did a great job, and it was a lot of fun. And yeah, it was a big highlight. So with that note, that's the end of the slideshow. I'm sure there's other pictures and so on from 2016, but that's it for now. And I think I'm going to wind things up here because we're well over 4 hours into the show. So,
that was pretty nice.
I love all y'all, man. Y'all are great. Y'all are the best. Y'all are my drive. Y'all are my determination. Y'all are my inspiration. I just love you. I 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 love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zane. Thank you for your gratitude, expression of gratitude there. It's very good. That's what all this teaching is about, really. It's not so much about the data that we get or the knowledge. It's about the feeling that we get, and the interconnectedness we get, and the way that we can teach and help each other and so on. That's the new way of doing business in the world. So, alrighty. Anything else?
I want to add, thank you so much. Everyone there is like family to me. This is like coming home. It's a virtual home, but it is so. I am so grateful to you, Rick.
I think I missed
to hear your voice.
I think I missed getting your picture in there, Libby. I should find somewhere there, because I know there's a bunch you've contributed.
It would have been a long time ago. I feel like such a non-giver, and yet I'm receiving so much. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm hoping to balance.
Love you, Libby.
Oh, thank you. And just, it is like coming home. I'm so eager to get up at 1:30 in the morning to participate. And I'm so grateful that today I'm home alone, so I can actually be quite vocal about it. And I'm working on it. And I just love everybody, and thank you for everybody.
Very good. Thank you for your comments as well.
Goosebumps.
Oh. Okay, if anybody else wants to quickly say something, otherwise, going once.
Feedback, love.
Yes, thank you so much.
What was
Rick,
that, Keith?
Just connecting with everyone here. Feedback, love towards everybody. So we all feeding each other here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Guy.
I have one question briefly.
Okay.
If you're possible.
That's Balas? Okay.
You are trying to connect this coil from gravitational, no? Everything is in series, right? When Mr. Keshe has said in blueprint how to connect gravitational and magnetical, I tried from paper yet. I don't coaching
Okay.
game.
Oh, brother, take it out. This is a real easy way to do it. Seriously, it's a real easy way to do
I
it.
know. I try to connect it how Mr. Keshe has said, but I'm sorry. Look, I try to send this little paper schematics if possible. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I find this group and lesson the Keshe 1 week ago. I am studying everything. It's YouTube or I'm reading everything. I'm new.
Hey, brother, you need some help? Look me up on Facebook, Zane Lot, bro.
Okay.
Whatever I can help you with, I will. I promise.
Thank you very much.
Rick, love you. Thank you so much.
I tried to send see you is no. Just a second if you have a question. I'm sorry, Mr. Okay, just a little bit of patience. Oh my God. No, it's okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, hear me? Okay. It's the same way of flux, plasmatic flux. How Mr. Keshe is connection this coil? Inner coil for gravitational, outer coil gravitational. It's different way to connect, but it's the same.
Okay. So you pictured it in a way that you see it, and
it's in background. It's in mirror
image. Yes.
But yes,
the mirror image.
It's a picture. Okay. Thank you for another other little question. From this coil, no?
Yeah.
One piece of paper of cover. this is the coil, right? But one piece.
Yeah, repeat your question.
Using one piece of pipe of copper in the represent one coil, one loop.
Okay, let's say I understood it. Okay.
Okay.
Wish I didn't, but let's move on because it will indicate me further your understanding of it, and because
For me,
it's because you understood it. It's not quite easy, even though it's the our
they explain
the science, but it doesn't mean anything to me with that science. So I know you're
I have to try.
I
understand.
Yes, sir. Please. I am dying to understand
Okay.
it. Well, there's just it.
Okay. I try after I say what is the difference.
Yeah.
Thank you. For me, it's very difficult to remember speaking in English. Perhaps Mr. I have Romanian. Yes, I contact Mr. Shandor after it's make as I understand. I speak a very difficult English right now.
Yeah.
What you're saying. There are Romanian classes going on too. There's a Romanian private teaching and Romanian public teachings that are happening too. So make sure you know about those. Okay, good. But
okay, gracias. Thank you.
But we could, this is what this meeting is for, is to help people with questions like this. We're a little pressed for time here. I'd like to spend more time with this, and maybe we have to
sorry
see
for
more.
not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and come back again and explain more about what you'd like to know or what you'd like to show. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's probably good for today. So I'm going to close down the live stream and so on.
Now the anticipation starts till next week.
In the new year, because the new year is going to bring lots of changes, that's for sure. I think the political situations pretty much guarantees that, as well as the technical and technological situation. It's just time for things to start popping out there in the world, and it's going to be such a flood of everything that the people involved won't be able to put corks in the dam and stick their fingers in and so on. It's just going to be a flood of information and a flood of goodness going into the world. And I hope that'll offset some of the rough stuff that might occur.
Excellent work. Thank you so much for collecting all those photos, just gathering all together, and it's a composition of many different feelings and many different ideas for many different peoples. Sorry about my English, but it was kind of emotional as well as it's a timeline in it. It's just like it's so good. Thank you so much.
Yep. Oops, I just pulled my wire out. Yeah, I warned you initially that it was mostly for the emotional hit, so it was kind of deliberate there.
I feel that way too.
Yeah, sometimes if we discuss them to pieces, then you miss the emotional part. So, but just a simple picture, an impression, poof, that can often do more to change our position and to give us information than all the talking in the world. Picture's worth 1,000 words, as they say. Video's worth 10,000 words. So send those videos in.
And
Rick,
experimentation.
I love you. Thank you so much, man, for being you, bro.
And experimentation is worth 100,000.
There you go. Yeah, one experiment's worth all the videos and words in the world.
We bring reality to what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. That's what we need to really focus on coming in the new year. Make it real. Make it fun.
Yes.
Yeah, make it real, man.
Make it real, make it fun, make it real fun. Okay, everybody, I'm going to shut down the live stream. Thank you, everybody, for attending and presenting and asking and enduring and helping and all the things that we do, because it's a great group. And I'm happy here after it's been about 4 years in this Keshe Plasma Reactor group, and it just gets more fun every week, I think. So, and more potential every week. It's pretty amazing. We're getting closer and closer, in spite of what some might think or feel. We are getting closer, and we are increasing our understanding, and we are achieving many wonderful things out there and inside ourselves at the same time. So, power to us.
2017 is going to be big for us, guys.
I think so.
Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll.
Right
I need
on.
this weight off my chest.
All right. Well, I'm going to end the live stream, and we'll see you all in the wonderful new year coming up. May you live in interesting